You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday, April 21st, 2023. And we're going to play a mystery game tonight on short notice, which means the audience will pick what game we play. Let me just check in with the chat, make sure everything's okay. All right, so I'm going to show you some of the games I've got out here, and then we can decide which one of these you want to play, and then we'll catch up a little bit. So a good candidate for our last-minute streams are always the Deadbolt Mystery Society games. More puzzle than narrative mystery, but with some narrative, and because I have several dozen of those are always good to play. If someone misses one, it's no big deal. I have talked about before how this is the next Deadbolt I want to play, just because it's an oversized box, which I don't like on the shelf, so I'd like to play it and get rid of it. Whether this box has two games in them and whether they're both playable within the normal 5-6 hours, or whether each one is 6 hours, I don't know. Another good candidate for us to play would be our third game from Cryptic Killers. These tend to be quite good, and a good motivation for playing this one, the third one, is that I could then maybe record a review, a spoiler-free review of the three of them. I've also got another case from Sleuth Kings. We've played one of those. We quite liked it. Sort of in the same genre as Cryptic Killers type, or no, actually, this is more like a Deadbolt Mystery Society game, a little more puzzle oriented. Then there's the Cold Case Crackers game, which I have 4 of, and we've played one of them, which was surprisingly good. This one is a cold case game with evidence and not super heavy on puzzles. We could play another one of those. I expect all of these will be reasonably good. Another option for us, however, is Murder Noir from the Murder Mystery Party. This I do not expect to be particularly good. Based on my track record with this company and the author of this game being one of the same author as one of the Murder Mystery Party games that I thought was much too easy and simple. So if we wanted to play a not so good game just to play it and see what it's like, we could play that. Another option I have for us is this Curious Stares of Mr. Hanks, which is a puzzle game. I think probably very light on narrative, very heavy on interesting, cute puzzles. And I have another bigger box from them, which is quite highly regarded. So if we feel like we want to try something different, we could play that. And then the other thing I have here, not for us to play, but for us to look at, is I finally got a copy of they finally started delivering the revised versions of Ghost in the Machine. So while you guys are thinking about what game you want to play, let me just talk a little bit about Ghost in the Machine. This is from the Postmortem series. We played 3 of them on the channel from Postmortem LA, and I recorded a review of them. Those have some of the best writing of any of these games. It's clearly a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective inspired game series. These are self-published by the Mysterious Package Company. They've recently been on sale for like $30 each. Those 3 games in the Postmortem LA series are really very good. And then last year we played this one, Postmortem London Gothic, which was sort of an origin story, not set in LA. And it was a very interesting experience. We played it live on the channel. I think it probably took 18 or 20 hours in 3 sessions. And it was very good, but it had a bunch of bugs, bunch of errors, printing errors mostly, but other things that we complained about. But overall, I would have still recommended it, but it had a lot of very obvious printing errors. And the company sort of recalled it. They sent out a bunch to anyone who had pre-ordered it, and then they, at some point, realized that there were so many mistakes that they decided to stop selling it and offer everyone who purchased it a new version after they finished fixing it. And we had already played it. We played it the day it came out, basically. And we were asked by the company very nicely if we wouldn't mind taking down the playthrough on the channel, the 3-part playthrough, because it might give people the wrong idea while they fixed it. Which we did, which is why you can't find it on the channel now. And many months later, they've started shipping the revised version. Now, we might want to talk about whether it's hard to imagine replaying it, because the game was solid, it was good, it was enjoyable. It took us 18 hours or however long it took us, and the game is going to be almost identical to the one we played. It will be interesting to see if they made any other changes other than the printing errors. So maybe at some point we'll go through and compare. But it's definitely not a game candidate for us to play tonight. I just thought I'd mention that if you're interested in that game, you can now go order the new version. All right. So why doesn't the chat let me know what projects they've been working on and what game they want to play tonight? John says, been having fun in the guild looking into the murder case decryption series. Okay, that's good. I should mention that. So last week we played a notoriously bad game called Murder Case Decryption. And it was full of, I wouldn't even call them errors, just a terrible translation, that it was clear that no native English speaker could have proofread this. And we played it. It had some solid, there was a core mystery there that was fine. But after we played it, there started a long discussion trying to understand what happened. What's the explanation for this published game? Because there are lots of interesting clues that suggest something weird is going on. Like what it was put on. It's not an official game. There's no official clear website for it. It was on Amazon when I bought it. Then it came off. Now it's back on. So anyway, on the guild forum for this YouTube channel, which you'll find on Board Game Geek, there's a link to it on the About page of this YouTube channel, a bunch of people started discussing theories about how this game came to be, and we found a bunch of interesting clues. Potential author, potential publisher, then some various versions of the game that look identical but set in different locales. So if you're interested in the real-world mystery of how that game came to be, you might stop by the guild forum for this channel and join in the discussion. So that's what Jonathan Warner was talking about. Anna said, could we play a narrative one? Jonathan Warner says, still capturing footage from the 2000s, freeware games to make a video about them. Noah says, murder of a musician gets my vote. Matt says, we're going on a road trip tomorrow for a national park day. Does that mean on to multiple national parks or one national park per time? All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a vote now. You can just say what you want to play. Just type vote something or I vote for something. That's how you have to phrase it. You could vote for the Cryptic Killer game. You could vote for the Deadbolt Mystery Society game. You could vote for Sleuth Kings, Cold Case Crackers, the Murder Noir, or the Curious Stairs puzzle game. The orange one here, this one, is Curious Stairs of Mr. Hanks. This will be a pure puzzle, clever little puzzle game without much narrative, but maybe some interesting puzzles. Okay, Antina says Deadbolt Mystery Society or the orange one. So Antina wants to play puzzles. Okay. Matt says, I vote for the orange one. Okay, that's 2 votes. 1 vote for Deadbolt, 2 vote for orange puzzle game. While you guys are doing that, so you guys know that I occasionally have been working on OBS plugins. OBS is the open broadcasting software system software that I use to do live streaming. It's a pretty amazing piece of software. And I wrote 2 new little plugins that we're testing today. Hopefully they won't break anything. One should have taken a couple days, but took weeks and was really quite painful. And the other one just took a day. I'll show them to you when we see them. They're nothing exciting to look at. All right, let's see what we've got here. Jonathan says, Deadbolt Mystery Society or Noir. And Tina says, Deadbolt Mystery Society or Orange. Noah Salmon says, Noir or Musician. Matt says, Orange. Theo says, Cryptic Killers. All right, we're all over the board here. On Sunday, we'll be playing our 16th or 17th turn of the Case of the Blinded Birder. We're just about ready to finish that game up, I think. But then we've just started a new series called Dear Holmes, which I've gotten the next letter for, just based on letters. And I had my doubts about whether it was going to be playable on the stream, enjoyable to play. But it's turned out to be very compelling, and we've had lots of interesting discussions on the comment section of that video about theories. So if you haven't yet watched the Dear Holmes first session, which is only about 45 minutes or so, I would recommend you watch that so you can join us for this Sunday's playthrough. Quite interesting. All right, let's see here. 2 votes for Musician, 2 votes for Deadbolt Mystery Society, 2 votes for the orange one, 3 votes for the Cryptic Killers, it sounds like. I think that's it then. So, all right, someone could come in here and vote and change the vote. But if we don't get another change, what we've got here is 2 votes for everything except Cryptic Killers, which has 3 votes. Another reason to play Cryptic Killers is we've got the detective squad is all here. All right, it sounds like we're going to be playing the Cryptic Killers. We'll let it go for another 30 seconds till the 5-minute point. Let's see, anything else to talk about? You can change your vote at any time. You just type vote something else and it'll change your vote. What you're watching here, this voting system, is one of the OBS plugins I wrote. This one actually has turned out to be quite useful. And Tina says, fix the self. What does that mean? Fix the self. Fix the shelf? Fix the self? What does that mean? So far, it looks like the one that people are voting on is this one here. This is rated at 4.5 out of 5, so one of the most difficult of their series. It's a little bit nerve-wracking because I do have to get to bed at some point. Fix the shelf. What's wrong with the shelf? Comment says, fix the shelf. But what is wrong with the shelf? Okay, Cryptic Killers, musician. That's 4 votes for Cryptic Killers, so that's what we're playing. The vote is now closed. Those are our final votes. Musician and Cryptic Killers is the same game, so that's it. Okay, so let me clear this and clear the table while you guys tell me what are you talking about regarding the shelf. Jonathan says, talking about the oversized. Oh, I see. You're saying play the Deadbolt Mystery Society so that your shelf is organized properly. Okay, that's funny. I get it now. All right, well, that'll have to wait. It makes sense that the Deadbolt Mystery Society games, I do want to play more of them. I really enjoy them. But it makes sense to play those when there's, just 1 or 2 people in the channel who aren't really going to be here. But if we've got a group here on Friday night, a brain trust that can help with these things, then maybe these games, these more serious games, are the ones to play. All right. So I don't remember if I got rid of the, let me just see if we still have the, no, we don't. Okay. Somewhere on the website for Cryptic Killers, it ranks the games in terms of difficulty and playtime. But I know this is up there with the hardest and longest of them. 14 years and up, this game recommended for. All right, so it's in 2 parts, a thick part 1 and a thin part 2. Let's read the instructions here. We've played one of these recently. I believe they're mostly the same, so I'm not sure. Let's see if we need to read this whole thing. Let's see. A murder has been committed in London's famous Monastery Road studios. Renowned saxophonist and songwriter Roland Stubby Hackett died during a recording session due to an allergic reaction, but initial forensic investigations have brought up clues to suspect foul play is at hand. There are several people connected to this case who are being treated as suspects, and due to Mr. Hackett's somewhat complicated past, many of those people have strong motives for committing the crime. Your mission is simple. Eliminate as many of the suspects as possible so that we can find the killer or killers and bring them to justice. Instructions. As the lead detective working on this case, your aim is to find the killer or killers. Finding the killers won't be easy. You'll need to familiarize yourself with all the evidence provided, including any online content that's mentioned. Internet access will be required to crack this case. Having observed all the evidence, it may be helpful to identify potential suspects and their motives, determine which suspect each piece of evidence belongs to, and attempt to find an alibi for as many of the suspects as possible. Through the process of elimination, we're confident that you'll bring the culprits to justice. This case file is divided into 2 parts. You must start with the envelope labeled Part 1. Do not move on to the envelope labeled Part 2 until you have confirmed your answer to Part 1. So the previous Cryptic Killers was broken into 3 parts. This one is just 2 parts. Very important, missing evidence. Any missing evidence can be downloaded from the Central London Digital File Storage System. Links to download any missing evidence are provided on the back of the envelope labeled Part 1 and Part 2. If you enjoyed this case, and so on. Okay. So here is our Part 1. Check all the contents are included, which we generally tend not to do if I buy them new, but it might not be a bad idea. If we get stuck, we might check and make sure we're not missing something. There's their hint system. Okay, so here's the contents. No point really going over this. I like how it's framed as an evidence, police evidence list here. Okay. Now, I'm trying to remember, did we write on the last Cryptic Killers? I don't think we did we? I think it's always an interesting decision about whether to write on these materials or not. I think I didn't write on them. I didn't write on the last Cryptic Killers. Does anyone remember any differently? Okay, let's go through our documents here. Central London Police Constabulary Internal Memorandum. Tuesday, 17 April 2018. Detective Jordan. I'm assigning you to solve the murder of Roland Stubby Hackett, a renowned saxophonist and songwriter who died during a recording session in London's famous Monastery Road studios yesterday morning. He died due to an allergic reaction, which seems hard to believe considering he was playing a musical instrument at the time and therefore unable to consume food that might have triggered the reaction. Sounds like someone put it in his instrument. Some chemicals. Given Roland Hackett's fame and popularity, the British press is all over this story and are pushing for us for a statement. Therefore, we need you to act fast and give them some answers. We think we've gathered enough evidence within this envelope, Part 1, to eliminate 2 of the suspects. This is your first objective. Read through all the evidence and eliminate 2 suspects from the following list. Esther Hackett, Lara Morel, Joshua Hackett, Sue Denim, unknown suspect found within the doorbell footage, and Lenny Newton. The evidence analysis report suggests that some foul play took place during the days prior to Mr. Hackett's death. There must have been some window of opportunity for one of the suspects during the weekend. It would appear that Mr. Hackett played 2 saxophones over the course of the weekend, though it's unclear at this stage which one was where at certain times. My advice would be to start here, locate the whereabouts of each saxophone, then see if any of the suspects had access to them before ruling them out. As always, we must remain mindful that not everyone can be trusted. Therefore, written statements must either have an alibi from another written statement or must be backed up by other irrefutable evidence. In other words, don't take what they say in their interviews as the truth. We need to be seen to be acting swiftly on this case. When you think you've pieced together enough information to eliminate 2 of the suspects from the envelope labeled Part 1, please run it past me so I can prepare a statement for the press. Listed some instructions on the front of the envelope labeled Part 1. Please read these carefully. The rest of the team are busy obtaining more evidence for you to analyze whilst you work on the first objective. This further evidence will arrive in an envelope labeled Part 2 a little later on. Preliminary investigations of the Hackett's smart doorbell have unearthed a few clues, one of them being signs that the front door had its lock picked open. All other entrances and windows, however, did not show any signs of tampering. We've only had time to briefly review the doorbell footage, and our technician will be sending you a full breakdown of activity from the doorbell in the coming days. Okay, so the only thing I wanted to point out here is that on our last playthrough, we spent a lot of time chewing over all the evidence, even beyond when we got to the point where we accomplished the first mission, the first objective. And it sounds like the game designers are trying to set up a thematic reason why they sort of don't want us to do that. It seems to be saying, look, focus on your first objective. Don't insist on understanding every piece of evidence in envelope 1. Understand it well enough to be confident about which 2 people to eliminate, but maybe save some work for the next stage rather than solve it with this information. Okay, so a reminder. You can only play these games once. If you would like to play this by yourself, this would be a good time to leave, to stop watching, and you can buy it on Amazon for about $25. Play it yourself with your group, and then you can come back and watch this video afterwards to see how you compare. At the end of this playthrough, we will review it. Everyone who's still around after 6 or 7 hours will be asked to give their thoughts. I hope you might want to consider having a little notepad and paper off to the side while we play. Write down your favorite, least favorite moments, anything in particular you want to mention about the game from a player enjoyment perspective, but also from a game design perspective. And lastly, if you do play it with us, try to work on what we're working on and not jump ahead. If you do jump ahead, that's fine. Just don't give us any clues or hints. Okay, let's see. Let's just quickly catch up on the chat before we start here. Noah's saying we didn't need to write on anything, but we did need to make a copy so that we could scan so we could write on some of it. That's okay. Thank you for reminding me. We'll try to do the same thing here. We won't try to write on this, but if we need to, we'll make a scan and write on the scan. All right, let's just jump in and get started. Normally we take a little break here. Oh, I suppose we should take a break, 25 minutes in. All right, so I'm going to take a short break, 5-minute break. We'll come back, we'll get started. This will be the time for you to off-ramp if you want to get this and play it by yourself. I'll see you in 5 minutes. If you're interested in jazz music, however, or if you're not familiar with any jazz music, there are a couple of jazz musicians that I love deeply. And for me, John Coltrane is the most enjoyable in terms of overall body of work. If you wanted to pick one album of any jazz album of any ever to buy, you might try Blue Train, my favorite. But there are a bunch of others. If you like a little vocals, I love Chet Baker. You might check out Chet Baker. And then one of the bands that a lot of people who get intrigued by, who aren't huge normal jazz fans, is Dave Brubeck's Take 5 and that whole series. All right, 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll get started. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're playing Cryptic Killers Death of a Musician. We've read the introduction, the internal memorandum that has tasked us with eliminating 2 suspects from a list of 6. So let's get started. Oh, I see. There's another side to this page. It says, I see that I should have adjusted my camera down a little bit. One point of note before you begin, the song Mr. Hackett was recording was a new version of Final Dream, one of his most famous hits. The lyrics of the song seem to predict the nature of his death, with references to poison and hard to breathe. Interestingly, LSC's frontman, Lenny Newton, has previously claimed to have written those lyrics. All That Jazz magazine have been working frantically to launch a special stubby edition before the end of the month. They've kindly sent us a draft copy of their April edition before it gets published. Hopefully it'll give you an insight into the somewhat complicated life of the victim. I've also sent some evidence via our new webmail system. There's the address. For some reason, your email address isn't auto-populating on my machine, so I just used the standard email address format, and it doesn't seem to have bounced back, so I must have gotten it right. Since this will be the first time you access the new webmail system, you'll need to know your password. Anne from the tech control team told me that your password is Anne Controlled, with some capitalized letters. She tells me you're good at anagrams, so you won't have a problem getting in. But if you need a clue, she said, use the force. It means nothing to me, so Godspeed, Elliot. Summary. Read all the evidence from envelope 1. Eliminate 2 suspects. Read the front of envelope part 1 for further instructions. That just tells us what website to go to submit our answer. And locate the whereabouts of each saxophone throughout the course of the weekend. Detective Chief Inspector Andrew Paulson. There's his telephone number. I wonder if that's a real telephone number you can call. It certainly seems like it might be. And then he's got an actual email address. That's interesting. This is the same. They've done this same thing with the previous case we're on, where they're like, log into our webmail system. You have to figure out your password. Here's a little reminder. Okay, so in the past game, we didn't try to log in right away. And controlled, and she's mentioned it's an anagram. I wonder if that means just the bolded letters get anagrammed, or if there might be 2 words that are anagrammed. Do we want to look at this first? Let's see. If you break it up into bolded and non-bolded, we have A, N, C, T, R, L, E. Those are the bolded letters. And then N, O, N, O, L, D for the non-bolded. Those look like they could both separately be anagrammed. Where are our anagram experts here? I mean, it could be only the bolded letters make an anagram, but this one seems easier to, can't be too many letters. This one, D-O-N-O-L-D. Donald, D-O-N, no, that would be 2 N's you would need. Or is Donald spelled with 2 N's? Can't remember now. No, Donald's only 1 N. Has the chat figured it out yet? A-N-C-T-R-L-E. Those are our bolded letters. So we have in the past, normally the anagram, someone will figure it out quite quickly. Normally what we do is if we have a hard puzzle, we'll put up a timer so that everyone gets a chance to work on it before someone gives the answer. But if it's sort of an easy puzzle like this, we don't worry about it. Could be central, C-E-N-T-R-A-L. That sounds right to me. Central. And then probably this is another anagram. But if it's not Donald, what is it? Central what? Central London. Yeah, that's gonna be it. John Bartula says this anagrams to London. Okay, so that's what it was. The bolded letters anagram to Central, and the non-bolded letters anagram to London. So we've got Central London. All right, so when we're ready, we can go log in and check our email there. But I don't think there's any reason to go there right away. These are all caps. Let's just put this aside for now. If we wanted to, someone could email Paulson if they want to email. I suspect you'll get I suspect you will get a reply. But that's a weird constabulary. Like, I'm surprised that the police in England aren't complaining about the use of that address. All right, let's keep going here. Forensic findings. I wouldn't mind bringing this up. Maybe I'll do it during a next break. Okay, let's see. 4/16/2018, Peter Moffat is the pathologist, analyzing the body of Roland Hackett, 165 centimeters tall, 60 years old. Didn't x-ray. They didn't do a toxicology. Why is that? You'd think they would. No external injuries. As the coroner conducting the inquiry into the death of the deceased, and after considering the evidence to date, I present the following findings. Cause of death, lack of oxygen to the vital organs as a result of blocked airways. Possible anaphylaxis, mucus plugging and hyperinflated lungs suggest the victim was exposed to allergens, causing his respiratory tract to constrict. Wouldn't you think you'd do a toxicology in this case? Or maybe they don't, maybe the toxicology is just for known narcotics and drugs, and so there's no point if you think it's an allergic reaction. Okay, here's a screenshot from the doorbell cam. What are we looking at here? So someone masking up. There's our time, 3:19 a.m. If this is to be believed, they've got long hair, almost like it's a woman's hair, but it's something, it seems a little obvious. Like, this is not, you wouldn't do this if you were trying to break into someone's house. Would you really put your hair in front here, or would you be trying to hide it? And it almost looks like a male face, so I wonder what's happening here. All right. Webmail, catch up, Mary Ann Potts. Can we get our timeline straight? So April 16th, 2018 is this doorbell cam. Date of death is the 16th. Yesterday morning. Okay, so just if you're keeping track, what we have is the time of death was April 16th, 2018 in the morning. During a recording studio. Okay, so this picture was taken presumably a few hours, I guess, before he died. And here is 8:42 p.m. during the night. Hey, glad to say I managed to get everything sorted with the broadband, so it'd be nice to do a video chat sometime. Don't worry about it, it's been a busy week for me too. Sorry to hear about your car. If you ever need any sort of help, I'm only a phone call away. I did have a sneaky peek on social media and saw your posts Friday night. Food looked yummy, and so did he. Let me know when you're free to video chat. Who is this? This is Marianne Potts. Is that one of our suspects? Maybe, where's our suspect list? So Marianne Potts is not one of our suspects. But let's make cards for our suspects. So Esther Hackett. Lara Morel. Joshua Hackett. Pseudonym, which someone has already pointed out, is a not a homograph. Homophone sounds like something else. Okay, unknown suspect. Homograph is a word that's spelled the same. Homophone is a word that sounds the same. Can someone remind me what I've got wrong about that? I feel like one of those is a common word that I've gotten wrong. The more interesting, rare one is homograph. Okay, then we've got our victim, Roland. Stubby Hackett. That's our victim. Okay. In loose terms, homographs and homophones are a kind of homonym because they either sound the same or are spelled the same. Okay, so I got it right then. Okay, Anna's saying, with the webmail, what I frequently read it from top to bottom, and often we're supposed to read it bottom to top. So here was the original email on April 7th. Marianne Potts wrote, "Hey, sorry for not being in touch so long. Things have been a little hectic lately. Still getting adjusted to my life here and have no Wi-Fi, so I'm writing this from a cafe. How are things going back in England? Hope all is well. You must come and visit ASAP. How is Eve? Send her my love. Are you still Eve sharing at weekends with Roland?" This is Roland's ex-wife then. Okay. "Has he actually made an effort yet with getting her from school? It's quite a drive for you from your house to Primrose Hill, and you know I dislike the man as much as you do." Signed, Marianne. And here is Lara Morel replying to Marianne. Took her a week to reply. "Hello, sorry about the wait. It's been a busy week. So nice to hear from you. Send some photos, please. It'd be great to visualize you in your new setting. All is fine here. Same old, really. Would definitely love to come visit someday, but but it'll probably be a while before I can get the cash together. It won't be any time soon, that's for sure. I've got to fork out to fix the car. The windscreen cracked. Thankfully, I was able to get J-Lo to the garage, but she's out of action for the whole weekend. That's the name of her car, J-Lo. Had a rather annoying experience with the boiler, too, so that's my balance back to zero again. But it's not all bad news. I had my date with Chris last night, which went very well. We went to a nearby Thai restaurant. Hadn't had Thai food in ages. I never had it with Roland because there's a lot of peanuts in it, and that was too much risk of his allergies playing up. Well, so he said. Thankfully, Chris is only allergic to neoprene, so the only thing off the menu for him is wetsuits. I know it probably wasn't sensible to go out for a fancy meal when I'm practically broke, but don't worry, I told him if he got this one, I'd get the next one. Eve is doing fine. She's still my daughter, and I'm still her mother. That's not going to change, though I know Ro and Sue are doing their best to make her forget that. She's so young that she's bowled over by all that extravagance. Frown face. Hope everything comes together for you. Knowing you, I bet your flat already looks cute and homely. Love and kisses, L. Okay. So here we have Lara Morel, who looks like the ex-wife of our victim, down needing money. And we've also found out he's allergic to peanuts or tree nuts, whatever that broader category of allergy is. And the ex-wife is seeing a new person, Chris. And then we got to this. We should try to remember to read these emails bottom up when we get these in the future. Okay, so, but note, this is the evening of the murder. And so it looks like maybe this is an alibi here. She says, I saw your posts on Friday night. I guess Friday night is not an alibi. Actually, we did have the day of the week. Let's see, I skipped over it. So Tuesday is the 17th. He died during a recording session yesterday morning. So this is actually Monday morning. Okay, so she's talking about her posts on Friday night. And this is Monday evening she's replying. All right. Anything else I missed there? Chris can't use fancy game mats. Oh, because of the neoprene. All right, what have we got here? We've got some photo. What? No, it's not photos. What is it? The first solo EP from the latest sound experience. Oops, sorry. You probably want to see this. First solo EP from the latest sound experiences, Stubby Hackett. A-side is Final Dream, which we're told has lyrics that sound like his death. B-side, Giant's Causeway, Bowl of Petunias. Wait, what? Okay, so Final Dream, music and lyrics, Roland Hackett. Vocals on Final Dream was Jasmine Fields. And we're told there's some argument over whether he really did author it or plagiarize it. You took me for a walk. It was no way to go. The streets ran back, the sights unseen. Down was high and up was low. Where's my cubes? The final dream runs through my mind. I'm pretty sure I saw it before. Chances to find have been left behind, sailing upstream to reach the shore. We walked and talked amongst the trees, but I couldn't move my teeth. The words I wrote stuck in my throat, and it made it hard to breathe. Final dream runs through my mind. I'm pretty sure I saw it before. The light of day now fades away, and I'm heading for the door. Forever lost within the woods in a maze of sycamore, poison ivy wraps around me and it pulls me to the floor. The final dream runs through my mind. I'm pretty sure I saw it before. The dream's so near, but I can't see clear. There won't be any more. Okay. And then here's the front. Nothing inside. where a little EP would go. Stubby Hackett. Don't know who this person is. Just the album cover. All right. ARB, Adelaide Rockhopper Books. Monday, 9th of April, 2018. Mr. J. Hackett, 14 Lime Road, Croydon. Dear Mr. Hackett, I'm afraid to say that while we were excited about your idea for a biography of Stubby Hackett and very impressed by your manuscript, we've encountered opposition from his legal team who insists Mr. Hackett will not allow for such a book in his lifetime. Apparently, they took issue with some of the more scandalous aspects of the manuscript, which they claim are damaging towards the character of their client. I'm sorry, but due to the threat of legal proceedings, we shall not be progressing any further with the book while the subject is alive. Yours, Bill Kaplan. Okay, so a week before his murder, Jay Hackett, who's one of our suspects, going to be a relative of our guy, Joshua Hackett, he's trying to publish a tell-all biography, and they won't publish it because they're afraid he'll sue. So once he dies, the book can go forward and sell many more copies as well because he's dead. So there's a motive. All right, here's an analysis of the reed, the saxophone reed, by Ellen Smith Hay. She's analyzed it the day after the murder. That's fast work. Let's see what she says. There's the saxophone reed. That's the top and bottom, or bottom and top. Substance found on Mr. Hackett's saxophone reed, see attached photo, has been confirmed to be unrefined peanut oil, which contains peanut proteins. Our hypothesis is that the reed had been soaked in it beforehand. Thus, the reed absorbed some of it, enough so that when Mr. Hackett came to wet the reed on Monday morning, it triggered his allergies. Analyzing the fatal reed, it's clear the reed had definitely been soaked in the peanut oil. The liquid had seeped into the cane. It had not simply been quickly dipped in and out of the oil. I'm not a musician, but a quick glance at the internet shows that these reeds can be easily obtained online. All right. You would think he would taste it, but who knows? Further analysis of both saxophones Mr. Hackett used over the weekend did not provide any further irregularities. The mouthpiece of the tenor sax did contain a few tiny fibers, such as from a cotton bud, but we're unsure if this is of any significance. All right, so we know this is obviously a reed not from the tenor sax, because the tenor sax, oh no, I changed my mind. Okay, so it doesn't tell us which saxophone this came from, but it does say that when they looked at both saxophones he played, the mouthpiece of the tenor sax had a few fibers from a cotton bud, but they're not sure if that's important. And then the other important piece of evidence here was this fact that she says it's clearly wasn't just dipped in it, it would have been soaking in it. So someone had access to the reed for like a day or so. All right, then we've got a little plastic Aqua Rocks reward card for Nellie Mercier. Not sure what Aqua Rocks is. What is that a picture of? Looks like books. The magic lamp and books. All right. Nellie Mercier. All right, what about this? Record of communications from a smartphone. All right, they pulled someone's smartphone records. They've given us the phone number here. Device owner TBC. TBC. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, so we've got incoming and outgoing phone calls. They're all to one number. They start on the 13th of April. They're actually all for the 13th of April. Starting at what? Almost 5 p.m. going down to 5:03 p.m. So within a very short window. Hey, you around tonight? We're going to see that new film. No, I can't. I'm going to London to see that rat of a man. Famous trumpeter? Why? You hate him. Saxophonist. He's a saxophonist, not a trumpeter. Yes, I do. You know the story about how he ditched my mom on a spur. Not that I'm a massive fan of her either. I like my siblings, though, so it'll be nice to see them. Yeah, I remember that story well, and many others. Get rid of that man. What's up with your mom? I'm going to do it. This weekend. He's dead to me. How have I ended up with such crap parents? Mom is constantly trying to brainwash Eve. I'm sick of it. It's one thing after another. Call me when you're free. Let's blow off some steam together. All right. So this is a son or daughter. Is this our... is this going to be Joshua Hackett then? Is Eve on our list too? No, we've got an Esther. All right. 13th of April, so 3 days before the crime. All right, what have we got here? Mentions. Chris Thendry. Last day at Glasgow CFCon, just bumped into Chris Thendry and he signed my book. He's a cool guy. So these are all mentions of Chris Thendry. Starting on the morning of our murder. It looks like Chris Thendry was at this convention and signed this person's book. Chris Thendry is not in our list, though. All right. Here's another mention. Chris Thendry is donating all the proceeds of his 2-day readathon to us. He's a great guy. Only 3 hours left of his epic readathon. I'm there and watching live. Okay, so 3 hours left. So it looks like it ended before the murder, for what that's worth. Miriam Poole. She's at the readathon. He's been reading since 9 a.m. He's going until 6 p.m. tonight. Okay, so this is an alibi for this person for the weekend, for most of the weekend leading up to the murder. He's been reading since 9 a.m. So this guy, since April 14th at 9 a.m. up until April 15th at 8 p.m., he's been busy. So if we need an alibi for him, it looks pretty solid. Just met Chris Thendry at London City Airport. This is on the 13th. Okay, so he's got an alibi. There he is on the 13th. Oh, this is all a timeline, I guess. This is all... You can see the timeline from April 13th up to the 16th at 9 a.m. Okay, this guy's got pretty solid alibis. Let's see, he's at the steakhouse on the 15th. He's getting drinks at the Harry Scotsman on the 14th. And here they are at the hotel. Got a big tip from a man with long curly fringe. I think he might be famous. Any idea who he is? What was he wearing? Jacket, jeans. Sounds like Chris Thendry. He's a writer. A man in sunglasses playing saxophone. Legit think it could be Stubby Hackett. You're not wrong, Mikey Spider. That was him by the gates today, playing his tenor sax. I'm his agent. Okay, so most of these are mentions about the whereabouts of Chris Thendry, but here's a whereabouts of our victim. Here he is on April 13th at the Jubilee Gates at Regent's Park. There's a man in sunglasses playing sax. And here we know what this is when he was playing his tenor sax. On 13th, he's playing his tenor sax. We're told to try to locate the whereabouts of the two different saxophones. So maybe we should be keeping track here. The tenor sax. Uh, 13th April at 15:46. He's playing at the Jubilee Gates, Regent Park. Okay. I'm not sure why they're tagging this guy on this story. Do we know what the relationship is with this guy, with this writer? Is he the guy who claimed to write the lyrics? Who are we told claims to be the writer of the lyrics? LES frontman Lenny Newton has previously claimed to write those lyrics. Okay, Lenny Newton is the person who claims to write the lyrics. He is one of our suspects. Let's just write that down. He claimed to write the lyrics to Final Dream. All right. Here's Esther Hackett. She's over 18. Summary of events. Okay, so they've gotten a witness statement from her. Dad called about a month prior saying he wanted me to join him along with all my other siblings for his 60th birthday dinner. Can't say I was super up for the idea. My relationship with him wasn't really all that great. All right, so he's got a bunch of kids. Doesn't seem to have a great relationship with them. But I get along well with my siblings, so I thought they might make it okay. Plus, having eaten like a student for months, I was partly swayed by the offer of a fancy dinner. So on the Friday evening, I took the train up from Exeter to Paddington and then the tube to Swiss Cottage. I got there around the same time as Joshua, my older brother. So Esther is a suspect, so is Joshua. Esther Hackett, Joshua Hackett. Eve does not seem to be a suspect. Okay, so this is Esther. I got there at the same time as Joshua, my older brother. He talked about a project of his that he was working on with Dad, or rather had been. Apparently, Dad hadn't liked the work Joshua had done. This is the book that they think they can't get published while he's alive. We got to Dad's house at about 6. None of us have keys anymore, so when we rang the doorbell, we were greeted by Sue, my dad's new wife. Okay, so Sue, which could be Sue Denim, which sounds very fishy. Is she the new wife? Okay. I haven't known her for that long. We're not really that close, but she's fine enough. She does have a slight air of a diehard fan that got lucky and managed to marry the man himself, but she's harmless. Eve was there too. Dad was upstairs in his studio. Sue had to go up to get him. The sound of that old bell ringing brought back memories. I dropped my bag off in the hallway, and then we all drove straight to the tapas restaurant where we were having dinner. It was one of Dad's favorites. I really need to adjust this camera up. The conversation around dinner started off okay, general pleasantries about how people were doing, how our days have been, what they've been up to since last time we were together, that sort of thing. But well, tension soon bubbled up to the surface. It started when I asked Joshua about the conference he was going to, and Dad apparently was oblivious that Joshua also writes murder mysteries. Though to be fair, he does write under a pen name. Now we know who that Chris person was. That's Joshua's pen name. Heck, Dad was unaware Joshua was an Agatha Christie fan. Joshua seemed pretty hurt that Dad didn't know these basic things about him. To her credit, Sue tried to change the subject, but I think the damage had been done. One thing that sticks out is when I sprinkled some salt over my food. When I went to shake the salt cellar, I found out the hard way someone had unscrewed the top, which flew off and the salt poured out. That someone was my sister Eve, who burst out laughing when it happened. Not that I was mad at her, well, maybe a bit, but when she was 6, then she is 6. So what are you going to do? I decided to go along with it and pretended I was furious, playing up my anger to try and make her laugh. I asked her who taught her to do that. She said Mum had. I swear all Mum has to do is say this is a fun trick and Eve does it. That girl would jump into a bonfire if Mum said it was a good idea and promised a reward for doing it. Besides, I thought parents were supposed to discourage that sort of behavior, not encourage it. I wouldn't have been allowed to get away with pranks when I was a kid. I think I noticed Dad make sure the pepper shaker had its lid screwed on because it doesn't take much to make him start sneezing. Anyway, after dinner, Joshua went his own way. I took Sue's spare key as I was taking Eve bowling. A couple of my friends joined us too. Dad and Sue went straight to Dad's gig. We had one round of bowling, and then Eve and I went back to Primrose Hill. I was woken up during the night by someone walking about. The clock on the bedside table said it was 2 o'clock. The next day, I said goodbye to Dad, Sue, and Eve, and met up with some friends who are at Greenwich Uni, and stayed Saturday and Sunday night with them. I got the train back to Exeter yesterday morning. Okay, well, lots of information here. So Esther, one of the 3 kids. So there's Esther and Esther's brother Joshua, and then there's Eve. So Esther's in Exeter. She gives us her timeline. And we learn that Sue is the wife, the new wife of our victim. The old bell ringing brought back memories. It's a little confusing the way it's spoken here. She says, first she comes in. Dad's upstairs in the studio. Sue had to go up to get him. The sound of that old bell ringing brought back memories. It sounds like they're saying it's not a doorbell, but a bell to go into his studio or something. Like she's mentioning it not when they arrived, but when she went up to get him. So I wonder if that's important. Then she seems to tell us that Joshua is this writer, Chris Thendry. I think they're saying his pseudonym is Chris Thendry, right? Because he's writing these murder mysteries. And then that's why they're tagging him. That's why Bill's tagging him when his father is seen. So he's got a solid alibi. Well, does he? Let's see. When are they talking about getting together with dinner? 60th birthday. Does she say what day this is that the 60th birthday is? Because Joshua was there for that. And then she tells us about her little 9-year-old Eve is sounds like the youngest, was only 6 years old. Next day, I said goodbye to Dad, Sue, and Eve, met up with some friends, stayed Saturday and Sunday night, and then got back yesterday morning, which is the morning of his death. The next day, stayed Saturday night. So this is the Friday. So I believe this dinner, where's my little thing? I believe we're learning that the dinner was on Friday. Maybe I'll put this on the front. So, and Friday is the 13th. Monday was murder was the 16th. Sunday is 15th, Saturday 14th, Friday the 13th. Okay, let's just make sure that's consistent with this guy. So 13th. Yeah, so on the 14th, on the weekend, he's doing his reading marathon. And on the 13th, he had dinner with his family. So that's fairly consistent. All right, here's Eve, the 6-year-old statement. Written with the assistance of Staff Child Liaison Officer Kay Hill. Mom picked me up after school. She had to speak with my teacher for a while and then took me to Dad's house. It was a mom weekend. But since it was my dad's birthday, we swapped around the order. So instead of it going mom, dad, it went mom, dad, mom, dad. Sue was in the kitchen when I got there using her laptop. I found some paper, went outside the front, and drew a picture of me and Daddy. They let me go out the front as long as we can always see each other through the window. Then Sue took me for a walk in the park. We found Dad playing his saxophone by the big gates. That's the thing that we found on the Instagram mention. He was playing. I think it was the bigger one. Dad calls it the 10-pound sax. Before I got there, I put on a buzzer. I put on a buzzer Mom bought me. I shook his hand and he got a shock. I see, it's a little prank. Don't worry, it was only a little one. It was really funny and Sue laughed too. Dad pretended to be cross, but I could tell he also found it funny. Mom had bought me lots of tricks that day. She likes to play tricks just like me. Then I showed him the drawing I did earlier. He really liked it, but Sue took it off him really quickly. That's weird. All right, so little Eve is a real prankster, and her mother is setting her up to it. And then she tells us something important here. It's the bigger one, the sax, the 10-pound sax. And she sees him on Friday at the big gate. So let me just remind us that this is at the Jubilee Gates. And here we're told it's the tenor sax. That's his agent confirming it. So what we know is that the tenor sax, which was seen being played on the 13th, is the quote unquote 10-pound sacks. And it's the bigger one. All right. That sounds like it could be important to us. I don't know why Sue is stealing this picture. He really liked it, but Sue took it off him really quickly. Kind of weird. Checking in with the chat. I hope the mom didn't say to Eve it would be a good idea to soak her dad's reed in peanut oil. Yeah, it does seem like that something could happen. All right, continuing on. I'm learning the recorder at school. Maybe one day I'll make music just like Dad. Recorders don't have reeds, though, unlike saxophones. Maybe my dad should have been a recorder player, because he's always breaking his saxophone reeds. He told me he needed to buy more because he only had one left. We went for a walk because it was very sunny. We walked past an ice cream van, and Dad bought us all ice creams. Then we went home. I watched TV until Joshie and Estery got there. Dad has a really cool TV. The sound comes from all around you when you watch. We all got in Dad's car and drove to the restaurant. They make the food, which is the thing that Dad likes. Where? They make the food. Oh, that Dad likes, where instead of having one big food, you have lots of little foods. I don't see why that's better, but it still tasted nice. But the talk at the table got boring and I didn't really listen too much. The most fun part was at one bit, I unscrewed the top off the salt shaker. When Estery shook some salt on her food, it all came out. It was really funny. I did it to the pepper too. Mom and Dad is very sneezy. Mom said Dad is very sneezy, more than regular people, and I thought it'd be funny to see if I could make him sneeze and sneeze and sneeze, but Dad didn't fall for it. He's very smart. He made sure the top was screwed on. For dessert, I had something called a tiramisu. Sue was worried it'd keep me up all night, but Dad said I could have it. I don't know why a cake would keep me up, keep me awake, but it was very tasty. After the food, Joshie left and Dad and Sue went out. Estery took me bowling, and when we got back home to Dad's, she fell asleep in the hallway. When Dad and Sue got home, Sue was very cross with Esther. Dad took me upstairs to bed, but I was woken up during the night by someone walking about. It was 2 o'clock. The hands of my clock glow in the dark, so that's how I could tell. That's 2 people telling us. So that's an interesting thing that calls back to the introduction of the case. So 2 o'clock, Friday night, 2 a.m., someone made a sound in the house. That's the second person that told us about this 2 a.m. Someone walking about. Okay, what's this part about her sleeping in the hallway? Esther took me bowling. When we got back home, she fell asleep in the hallway. Then Dad and Sue get home. So Esther must tell us about this. They went bowling, 1 round of bowling, then they went back to Primrose Hill. I was woken up during the night by someone walking about. That's at 2 a.m. Okay, she doesn't mention the part about sleeping in the hallway. And Sue was very cross with Esther. She doesn't tell us that either. Why is Sue cross with Esther? Then the dad takes her to bed. 2 a.m. she gets woken up. Okay. The next day, Dad and Sue helped me get ready with my things. I asked them why they weren't taking anything to their other house. Dad said it was because they have everything there already. They took me to Aunt Marie's house, and I stayed there until I had to go to school on Monday. Aunt Marie's house is really cool. She has a swimming pool. Next day, Dad and Sue helped me get ready with my things. I asked them why they weren't taking anything away to their other house. Because they have everything there already. Okay. Not sure what the significance of that is. Here's Joshua Hackett's statement. I guess almost everything else we have here are statements. Let's just see what else we have before we continue reading these statements. We've got the pre-print of the magazine. I guess that's Stubby Hackett. Stubby's rehash edition. Wedding. Stubby Hackett and Pseudonym, that's his new wife. LSE reunion, that's the band that he used to play in, I guess. Stubby's manager reveals Stubby's secret busking habit. That's just telling us about him playing outside. And then here's his obituary. Okay. Stubby Hackett and Pseudonym wed. That might just be her stage name. Stubby Hackett got married for the 4th time as he and his girlfriend, singer Pseudonym, tied the knot in Islington Registry office yesterday afternoon. And this was written in August 2017. Okay, so a while ago. The two said they wanted a low-key ceremony with as little fanfare as possible. They made it clear it was not a decision they were making on a whim, but that they didn't want to have to bother with months and months of planning, perhaps trying to dispel any claims that Stubby was repeating the circumstances of his first marriage to Lucy Tate, which only lasted 9 months, and which both later admitted was an impulse decision. Indeed, neither Stubby nor Sue dressed up for their wedding. Arrived at the registry office very much dressed smart casual. No top hat, no suit, no veil, no dress. The two first went public with their relationship 2 years ago. However, rumors grew even stronger when they merged the rights to their music under RHSD Music Limited. First reports that the two were seeing each other date back to 2011. Confirmed by interviews with Lara Morell in 2015, in which she stated that the breakdown in their marriage was due to Stubby's affair with Sue. I see. Today, Stubby dodged all questions about his previous relationships from other less scrupulous publications, simply saying, Sue's the one. In related news, Sue also took the opportunity to announce she had legally adopted her stage name, meaning she is no longer Nellie Mercier, and is now Pseudonym. Okay, so now we know what this is about. Aqua Rocks reward card. Aqua Rocks Mercier was Sue's real name. So where's our Sue card? So Sue, Pseudonym. Her real name is AKA Mercier. Nellie, that's her real name. And then Lara Morell is the ex-wife who was cheated on with Sue. Okay, when asked, Stubby said he hadn't done the same thing, however, and Stubby still remains Mr. Roland Hackett's nick and stage name, which we at All That Jazz suppose is fair enough. Lee Mackenzie. Okay. LSE reunion. let's put off reading the rest of this just to sprinkle it up. We've got an article about the reunion of the band. Secret busking habit. This is just telling us that he hangs out and plays. And then here's his obituary, which might be quite relevant for us. So we'll read that, and there he is in memory of him. All right, we'll come back and read the rest of that in a minute. I just want to look at the other big piece of evidence before we continue. So here we've got a map. It's kind of hard to read, in fact. Let me just see if I can zoom in on it so we can see it a little bit better. Okay, it looks like we've got Roland Hackett's house. In fact, let's just go one corner at a time here. Roland Hackett's house. Then there's the Henley house. There's Jubilee Gates, where he was seen performing outside. There's the bowling place where Esther took little Eve. There's Eve's school. There's the restaurant they went to. Lemon Leopard, we don't know what club that is. So that's upper northwest is where he lived and where they hung out. Then the airport is off here to this. Sorry, let's do it this way. The airport is off here, off map. Greenwich, off map. Lara's house. This is the ex-wife's house. So they live quite far away. And you can see the studios right there. So this is all the father's, near the father's house. There's our, does this look familiar? This is our Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, Thames River. All right. What have we got? Parking enforcement. What is this? Breach of terms and conditions on private land exceeded the 5-hour time restriction, details of which are clearly and prominently displayed and were agreed to by the driver by the act of parking the vehicle. Parking charge details. So 13 April, this is Friday at 11 p.m. at the Lemon Leopard Club, stage entrance, car park. So this is someone with a custom license plate, musical, gray car. They got charged £90 for parking beyond the 5-hour time limit. I'm guessing this is going to be our guy Roland's car, but I'm not 100% sure. So by the time it was 11 p.m. on Friday, this car had been there for 5 hours, still there. Probably his car. All right. And then the only other thing we have here other than the rest of the interviews is this share certificate. This is to certify that pseudonym of 64 Cirencester Avenue, Primrose Hill, this is the father's address, was at the 29 March 2018 the registered holder of 10,000 ordinary shares at £5 each, fully paid in the company XR Gerate and Company Limited, subject to the Articles of Association of the company. Certificate is hereby executed by the company. Xavier, Managing Director, and KR Gerate. Is this, she's got $50,000 worth of shares at the time in 2018, which is our current year. So 2 weeks ago, she has these shares. Is this the company where they merged? We just heard that they merged their stuff. No, that was RHSD Music Limited. They merged their rights to their music under RHSD. So I'm not sure what this is about. Maybe we'll get to this later. Let's see here. So it's probably about time for a break. Let's check in with the chat here. 10 pounds, tenner, I see. And Tina has figured out why he called it his 10-pound sacks. Because 10 pounds is a tenner, and tenner versus tenner. All right. Well, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll finish reading the witness statements. It sounds like maybe there's not that, doesn't feel like there's that much to this case. We also have that rest of that news, that magazine to read. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I was just asking the chat if anyone has any early theories. John says, just to clarify, we believe that the messed with reed had to be placed where he would use it sometime, probably at night on the day before his death. Nicola says, Eve said he only had one reed left, though. Not sure if it meant one extra reed or that he literally was using a single reed and moving it from one sax to the other. I thought she was talking about one spare extra reed, that he breaks them regularly, but that he only had one spare left. We might want to check that. And Jonathan reminds us, let's not forget the website from the beginning of the case. In fact, I thought we would go there now. So let's try going there. So now we're looking at something slight. This is one of my new add-ons. I know it doesn't look fancy, but I'll just demonstrate it to you. We still have our normal view, which I will probably use most of the time when I want to show a good close-up of the tablet. But one thing is that when I rotate the tablet, you'll see, let me just rotate it horizontally, landscape orientation. That's weird. Why isn't it? There we go. Okay, so now it's rotated landscape. You can see this view is not suitable for when the tablet is landscape, only when it's portrait. You can't see that, but I can rotate this. Okay, so one new plugin I wrote is for when I have this view. Now when I rotate it, what you should see is there it rotates. So my little newscaster view lets me now rotate the camera, and it shows the orientation, so I don't have to switch between two views. I just leave it in this newscaster view and it automatically switches. So let's try this. We're going to the website. So she said this is our This is our webmail interface. Okay, I'm going to just bookmark this. All right, so what did it say here? It says, I've used the standard email address format. It didn't bounce back. We know the password. Detective Jordan. Do we know the email address, though? Kind of a weird thing here. Since this is, she said, for some reason your email address isn't auto-populating, so I just used the standard email address format. And it doesn't seem to have bounced back, so I must have gotten it right. What does that mean? She tells me you're good at anagrams, but if you need a clue, she said use the force. It means nothing to me, so Godspeed, Elliot. This is writing to Detective Jordan. So we figured out the password. But now I see I'm not clear on what it thinks is our email address. You can see his format. So if you had to guess, you'd guess that our email address would be our first initial of our first name and then Jordan, that's CLPC, because he's writing Detective Jordan. But then we need to know our first initial if this is the right, if this theory is right. And then he says Godspeed, Elliot. So does that mean Elliot is our first name? I don't know why it's capitalized Godspeed. So, but if we follow that, it means our first name is Elliot, so E dot, and then our last name would be Jordan. So Jordan, all lowercase, then at CLPC February. It's a reasonable guess. Okay, and then the password is all caps, and we think it's Central London. Let me just make sure I type that in right. Central London, all caps. What do you think? Let's try it. No. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's try some variations on this password here. I'm going to try Central London without a space. Yeah, that was it. Okay. All right. Not bad. Let's see if this view is okay. Okay, so here we go. We've got 8 emails or so. Let's see what we've got. Mike Peterson. Let's try this. Pill packet. Enclosed in the case file is an empty pill packet. This was found in the master bedroom's bathroom of 64 Cirencester Avenue during initial investigations. All right, so this is his house. What have we got? Empty packet was found in the bathroom. Sleepitol, Paxosmithy Culpus, Grossman Pharmacy, 200 milligram tablet. Take 1 capsule a day before sleep. Okay. The bottom of the page says 21 tablet packet extra drowsy formula for the treatment of insomnia. Take only as directed. Do not stop the course unless instructed by a doctor. Always keep out of the reach and sight of children. Store in a cool, dry place, out of direct sunlight. Okay, so someone had sleeping pills. Doesn't say who it was prescribed to, though. Is that why the woman passed out? Don't know, but this is not immediately relevant for us. Found in the master bedroom. All right. Next up. We found this note at Roland's house. It appears to be stained with oil, and we believe that at some point it was folded around something due to the spacing of the creases. Okay, so here is someone wrapping the reed in peanut oil. Remember, it's our little secret. Boy, that sure sounds like our theory of the mother telling the daughter as a prank. And there's the smiley face, and if you'll remember, when we had the ex-wife's email, if you'll remember, she used this little smiley face. Here she used a frown. So, boy, that seems consistent with our idea that the mother told the daughter to replace the reed with this one. And notice that the one more piece of clue. Oh, before we forget. Okay, so it's typed. We don't have our handwriting. But I think one more suggestive clue to the fact that the daughter could have been used to prank kill the father is the fact that during the interview with the daughter, she doesn't know her father is dead yet. Like, if you might say, well, she would tell them if they asked her. She would admit to planting the reed. I'll just note that our detectives don't ask her. They don't tell her her father is dead. They don't ask her if she played a prank on him. So that's a little unfortunate. You would think the cops might want to ask her that. But okay, so far everything's consistent with that possibility. Let's see, what else do we have? Here's the loyalty card now. Maybe we're going to hear about Sue's loyalty card. In the case file, you'll find an Aqua Rocks loyalty card. We spoke to the store manager. It was found at the Henley branch on 4/15. The account was opened in 2009, unsure if it's of any relevance to the case. So we know it's the new wife's loyalty card, found at the Henley branch on Thursday. I mean, does that tell us anything? Does the map tell us anything about the Henley branch being relevant to us? Not really. All right, well, that doesn't seem relevant to me at this point, but maybe we can make some sense of it later. Okay, here's saxophone research. Please find the attached picture. As you can see, the alto saxophone is smaller than the tenor saxophone. Stubby and his family referred to the alto sax as a fiver because it's smaller than the tenor, pronounced the same as tenor, which is, of course, slang term for a 10-pound note. I thought that was worth mentioning as my American colleagues didn't understand the joke, not that it was particularly funny anyway. Mind you, she also called the saxophone a horn, which is just confusing because that's a completely different kind of instrument. I digress. Each saxophone has its own reed sizing. So you can't use a tenor reed on an alto saxophone and vice versa. Okay, well that is relevant. All right, so the alto sax is the other sax. We know he was spotted playing the tenor sax outside the gates when he was busking, but we don't know which one killed him. All right, but now we know that the reeds are not compatible. So whoever soaked one of them, if they only soaked one, it would have only worked on one of the saxophones. Okay, border control. Hello, Mr. Jordan, that's us. Following on from the call we had earlier today, I think we found something you need to take a look at. Automatic number plate recognition cameras detected the number plate MU51CAL approaching the port of Dover at 10:15 on the 14th of April. The car had been entered into the police database as belonging to an individual wanted on a charge of burglary. Border agents were unable to intercept the vehicle at passport control before it boarded a cross-channel ferry to France. But upon reviewing the footage, it seems as though the ANPR system may have misread the plates. The image in the video is the most accurate. Okay, I see my light is blinking here. Another one of my plugins. Let me see what the chat is trying to say. Okay, Jesse, Karen is trying to play along with her copy. Was Central London one word? The password was Central London, all one word, all caps. And Anna's saying this is the musical plate. Yes. So we've got evidence of the parking fine. So we've got this parking fine that was found at the Lemon Leopard Club stage entrance on the Friday night at 11 p.m. Had been parked there for 5 hours. The Lemon Leopard Club, we believe, is where they went. Vehicle registration musical. And now we're seeing that the plate MU51CAL, but now he's saying that's probably a misreading. It probably is musical. But now at 10:15 a.m. on the next morning, they're saying oh, I think I understand. All right, so let's make sure we understand this before we watch this video. It sounds like they're saying that the ANPR automatic recognition system misread a license plate and that the misread plate, MU51CAL, belonged to someone who was wanted on burglary. But that was only because it was a misreading of our plate. Actually, our plate Stubby's car is not registered to someone wanted for burglary. So our guy is not wanted. So the part about being wanted for burglary is all false. That was just based on a misreading of the plate by the number recognition system. But the part that's real is that it boarded a cross-channel ferry to France. I wonder if this is giving the wife an alibi. It's a little confusing, but let's see if we can watch this video together. Let me try redoing it. Is that loading part of the... That's not on purpose, is it? No, it's not on purpose. I don't know why the web page is having some hiccup. We're told this is a gray colored car based on the parking ticket. John says, can you download the video to the tablet? Yes, it looks like I actually could. Let's see. Otherwise, we'll just wait for it to fully load. Presumably, once it fully loads, we'll be able to watch it again. All right, so this is interesting. I guess we're gonna try to spot this car and then read the license plate to see if it really does belong to our person. But who is in this car? Are we going to be able to see whether it's Sue? Oh, there it is. I see they're trying to show it to us. Processing. Okay, there we go. All right, so we don't have to do any of our own enhancement. All right, and that's the end of the video. So you can't see who's in the car, can we? Not really. All right, but what we can see is that the actual license plate is musical, which is the license we think belongs to Stubby's car that got this parking ticket. So we know it's been parked at this club all night till at least 11 p.m. And now we're told that this same car took a cross-channel ferry to France. On the 14th of April. In other words, on Saturday. So I guess what we're gonna do is we haven't read the witness statement, the alibi from the new wife, and so maybe someone's alibi, her alibi, is going to be that she was in France. So this is going to help us confirm that. The one thing that's still a little bit confusing, and I think Jonathan was getting at this for us, is that it's not immediately clear to us what a timeline alibi would look like. He dies on Monday at a recording session in the morning, and it looks like we're going to have alibis for people for that weekend. But that we're obviously supposed to be working under some sort of assumption that you would have had to have access to this guy during that weekend. And it's not 100% clear why that is yet. Like, why couldn't you have planted the reed prior to the weekend. But I guess that's tying back to the idea that he had one spare read. So, but hopefully that will fill in a little bit. But we are going to have to confront that fact at some point. Okay. So I think that information about someone going to France is just going to help us confirm someone's alibi in a bit. Let's continue going through these mails here. Stubby's last words. Mr. Jordan, here's a very short recording taken from the morning on the 16th of April. First, you'll hear the music we'd recorded on previous weeks. Stubby was going to play over the top of it, but had issues with his read. It all went downhill rather rapidly from there. I've also attached my witness statement as requested. Hope it helps with your investigation. Please do let us know if we can help in any other way. Regards, Lisa. This is from Lisa Clef. Okay, let me check in. The chat wants me to pay attention to something. Jesse, there seems to be some discussion about the plates. Okay, what's the confusion about the plates? There's only one car. It's the car with plates called Musical. We know that that's going to be Stubby's car parked outside the club they went to. Actually, I don't know that we know it's Stubby's car, but we know it's the car from the parking ticket that was parked outside this club. Here. Then the report was just telling us that an automated license plate reader mistakenly thought that the plates were plates for a robber who was someone who was wanted on a warrant. So the automated license reader, which was scanning the highway, misread the plates for this car that said Musical and threw up an alert, which made them track the car. So that's why they've tracked the progress of this car, because they thought it was the car belonging to someone with a warrant. It wasn't. It was just a misreading of the plates. So you could forget about the warrant. That's not relevant to us. It's just telling us why they tracked the car, because they thought the plates were different. But there really is only the car we care about, which is Musical, that I think we're told belongs to this guy, but we're going to, maybe it belonged to someone else, but it's just the one car that we found outside the club. So that car is going to whoever owns that car is going to have an alibi. Maybe it wasn't Stubby's car, but whoever it is has a good alibi. Okay, so back to these recordings. So she said, here's the music, and then my statement. Okay, so let's listen to this. Let me get my headset. Let's see if we can do this properly. All right, let's see if we can listen to this audio file, both of us. You can hear it, but I can't.
Oh, this reed is as tacky as Lenny's new plates. Yeah. God, my throat feels a bit funny. Hey, Sue, can you remind me to get some new reeds? I'm on my last one again. Yeah, I know. Right, let's crack on.
All right, so you guys could hear it, but I couldn't. I'm going to see if I can fix it now. I apologize that we always have this problem. Let me see if I can... let's try again. James Bond thing.
Oh, this reed is as tacky as Lenny's new plates. Yeah. Oh, my throat feels a bit funny. Hey, Sue, can you remind me to get some new reeds? I'm on my last one again. Yeah, I know. Right, let's crack on.
Okay, so that's funny at the end. Okay, so on the end, he says the reed is tacky, meaning you can hear he's not playing properly, and he's replaced in the new reed, and it's tacky. You can feel something's wrong with it because it's got the peanut oil on it. So this is where at this session he dies. And he also says this reed is as tacky as Lenny's plates. So it's Lenny's plates that are called musical. Lenny Newton is the guy who claims to have written the song. So he has a motive. And now we're learning that Lenny is probably the car owner of musical car. And he now has a good alibi because he's at this club from Friday like 5 p.m. all the way up, and then he's in France. I guess we're going to hear from him. Okay. Let's take a look at Lisa's statement now. This is going to be the music producer at the session where he died. I was the producer on Stubby's new album. Today we were doing another session for the new version of Final Dream, the duet he was recording with his new wife. We had done some work on it Friday last week when we managed to record his entire tenor sax part and a segment of the alto sax part. Today he was continuing with the alto sax part, or as he calls it, the 5-pound sax, because it's smaller than a tenor. It was funny the first time, but that was several years ago now. We all got to the studio at 10 a.m. Tony, the engineer, and I were in the booth. Stubby was in the studio. Stubby began putting his sax together. He'd done it so many times that he does it pretty much on autopilot and not really focusing on what he's doing. While he was doing that, we were chatting about our weekends. He had been to his house in the country. I had been to the Liverpool versus Crystal Palace game. He hadn't watched the match himself. He was a Spurs fan, but he mentioned how his son lives near Seahurst Park, so I might have bumped into him. Okay, so now we know, though, that it's the alto sax that was poisoned with the poison reed. For what it's worth, it's the alto 5-pound sax, the smaller one, that had the bad reed in it. And let's see. We were chatting about our weekends. He had been to his house in the country. I had been to Liverpool. His son lives near Seahurst Park, so I might have bumped into him. So his son lives over in Liverpool. That's Joshua. But we also have a pretty good alibi already for Joshua the whole weekend, so I'm not sure if that's relevant. Let's see. That's page 1 of 2. Here's her second page. It was just another day in the studio. Stubby licked one end of the reed and sucked through the other end to moisten. He fixed it to his mouthpiece, put the mouthpiece onto the sax, and started warming up. Things seemed pretty normal at first, but he soon said he was having trouble breathing. Then he passed out. We called for an ambulance. Tony went into the studio to perform CPR. Despite looking for it, we couldn't find Stubby's EpiPen. paramedics arrived and took him away. We were left in shock, not sure what to do. Okay, so they couldn't find his EpiPen. I wonder if that means someone stole it so that he couldn't use it when he went into shock. Very intriguing. All right, let's see what Frank Lee says. Here's Frank Lee's recorded statement. I spoke to a security guard called Frank Lee at the Lemon Leopard yesterday to get his take on the LSE reunion. Frankly, I think we're onto something here. Okay, so the Lemon Leopard was where that musical car license plate was seen parked all night. All right, so here's the security guard. Let's see what he says.
This is Detective Florence Smith here with Frank Lee on the 16th of April 2018. Frank, can you tell us everything you remember from the night of the LSE reunion on the 13th of April?
Okay, so yeah, I was on security at the Lemon Leopard Club on Friday the 13th. I was guarding the door to the backstage green room. It's a pretty standard and uneventful night, to be honest with you. Stubby Hackett arrived with his wife. He was, very warm, cordial, shook my hand with his right, had his sax case in his left. Sue said hello. She took a seat in the audience. Stubby got things ready and left when it was his time to go on. Then Al and Jack arrived around the back as their appearance was going to be a surprise for Stubby's birthday. We had to keep Lenny Newton's presence the biggest secret from Stubby, as that was the biggest surprise of the night. Him and Stubby had a massive falling out years ago, but give Lenny his due, he was the first to arrive and help set up the club at about 6. After Stubby played for a while, Jack and Elle went on to join Stubby. Lenny had to pop out of the fire exit by the stage entrance during his time, only briefly. My friend Jake was watching over it and couldn't help himself get one over Lenny about his new number plate. Jack and Al must have played, 2 or 3 songs whilst Lenny was by himself. Then he joined the rest of the band on stage. After their performance was finished, they all returned to the green room. I did have one problem, actually, with one woman. She was clearly trying to sneak into the green room. She didn't do anything. I think she was waiting for some chance to sneak in. She had this puffer jacket and a bobble hat on. After a while, she went away. Unfortunately for her, it's pretty hard sneaking into places if you're not a sneaky person. Jake also noticed that there was a girl trying to get backstage, and from what he told me, it did sound like it was the same woman. We all said our goodbyes and made our own way home.
That's great, thank you, Frank. That's all we need for now. We'll be in touch if there's anything else we need at a later date.
All right, so what have we got from that? 2 things. First of all, they're telling us what happened at this club. It was a surprise reunion. And they're telling us that Lenny Newton, one of our suspects, he's the guy with the musical car. We know his car was parked there all night and then he went to France. They were telling us that he went to his car and came back alone at some point. That makes it maybe suspicious, like maybe he went and got that car. And then the other thing I think they seem to be suggesting is that this woman that we saw knocking on Stubby's door over the weekend, or using the doorbell, is probably some psycho fan that I'm thinking is not related to our case. Just like a fan. Just like a psycho crazy person fan that was trying to meet them at the club and trying to meet into his house, but probably is not our suspect. Like probably not much of a dangerous person, just sort of a stupid crazy person. That's how I read it. But Anna says, could the sneaky person be the wife? Anything's possible, but I kind of read it like this is a red herring. Like it's just a woman who's trying to sneak backstage, then sneak in, then knocking at the door, just like a psycho fan. I guess we're going to read more about this reunion in that magazine. All right, almost done here. Here's a cab statement. Dear Detective Jordan, following on from our call, I've attached a screenshot of the receipt for the journey we spoke about. What have we got here? 13th of April, that's Friday, from Rawls, Euston to the London City Airport takes 51 minutes. I think this is telling us about timeline. So to get from one end of London to the other takes 51 minutes. This one left Rawls Euston, which is near this guy's house, to London Airport, 51 minutes. I'm not sure how else that's relevant to us other than just telling us how long it would take someone to get to London Airport. Doesn't even have a specific time, just a day. Oh no, it does have a time on the map. So 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Friday. Maybe that'll confirm someone's alibi, but on its own, not that useful to us. Okay, well, that's all of our emails. So we're back to our physical documents again. Let me check in with the chat. Could the sneaky woman be the wife delivering the soaked reed? I don't think so. I really don't. I think that's just a red herring, but hard to know. All right, let's go back to our interview statements and our magazine. Maybe it's time to read about the reunion. Let's take a look at the reunion that we just heard the security guard giving his report on. It's long been a cliche in music journalism circles to begin articles about the latest sound experience by pointing out that the band's output is no longer the latest sound experience and hasn't been for several decades, at the risk of making it so that introducing articles by pointing out the cliche soon becomes the new cliche. So LSE, the name of this band, is the latest sound experience. However, while the band's name may have aged as badly as milk, the band's music has only aged like a fine wine. Though the band, which started in 1961, hasn't had a charting single since Stubby Hackett left, the band still continues to demand a dedicated fan base, one which has only grown since music streaming services have brought their music to a new generation of fans. If the band were true to their name, they may have tried to change with the times and ride trends. Thankfully, they haven't, although the band's members have made it no secret that the words never really meant anything. The letters are the whole point. After being turned away by the university, band founder and pianist Lenny Newton stated he got his revenge by stealing their name. Since Hackett left the band in the 90s, the band stumbled on, but soon decided to go their own ways. Fan hopes of a reunion were dashed after a fierce court battle turned Hackett and Newton into bitter rivals. But it seemed the two men were able to put their differences aside to celebrate Hackett's 60th birthday. 44 years ago, Roland Hackett got his start working at London's famous Lemon Leopard Club, and it was while he was working there that he got his start with the LSE, so it was only fitting that it was the place for the man to celebrate his diamond birthday. Initially starting out as a solo performance with Hackett on tenor sax, club owner Emil Vargas surprised Hackett and the audience with an appearance from bassist Jack Lodge and drummer Al Maxwell. But that wasn't the biggest surprise of the evening, for not long after that they were joined by Newton himself. Whilst the two men put on a show of cordiality, it was clear the animosity still hangs over the two men. Needless to say, Final Dream was not part of the band's set list. Seems we're going to have to wait a little longer before that particular wound heals. Baby steps, I guess. But regardless, the band managed to take a decent stab at picking up where they'd left off, playing a repertoire of some of their old classics. Indeed, while the performance might not have entirely lived up to the thrill of having all 4 LSE members on stage together again, it was still a treat to finally experience the sound of the latest sound experience in the flesh for the first time in almost 30 years. Hopefully we won't have to wait another 30 years before it happens again. 14 April 2018. All right, and we have an article about his busking. It's a familiar sight. You're out and about walking through a public space such as a park or a high street, and you see a musician playing a tune, their case open at their feet for passers-by to toss in some coinage. Historians could probably date the practice back to medieval times, or even before that. There's probably a cave painting in Africa of a busker playing a mammoth tusk flute for all the hunter-gatherers as they hunt-gather. Of course, it goes without saying that one expects these musicians to be up-and-comers, amateurs looking for their breakthrough, or maybe just playing for the love of the craft. After all, if you're a professional recording artist whose latest album sells thousands upon thousands of copies, what need is there to earn a couple of tossed coppers? Well, for whatever reason, it seemed that the legendary jazz saxophonist Stubby Hackett had taken to doing just that. It seems some days he decided to head into Primrose Hill or Regent's Park and start playing a tune for anyone who cared to listen. Hackett's manager, Nick O'Hara, wrote online yesterday, "It was only a few days ago we first revealed Stubby's secret busking hobby on social media. I think playing in a studio all day to nobody but engineers and technicians got to him sometimes, and he liked to reconnect with the common people. Also, he had a bit of a mischievous side. He liked to disguise himself and see if people recognized him." When asked what he did with the money, O'Hara said, "Well, it went to the animal conservation charities he liked to support. Rhinos, elephants, turtles, and many more would benefit from the spare coppers people threw in his case." All right. And here is the last piece of this magazine article, his little obituary. Stubby Hackett's sudden tragic death yesterday has made a profound impact on the music world, with many of his fellow musicians paying tribute to him. Roland Hackett was born in London on the 13th of April, 1958. From an early age, he had an interest in music, fostered by borrowing records from the local library. In an interview, he said, "I probably would have received my first saxophone sooner if my mom wasn't having to pay the late fees." He received his first sax and alto at age 13. Leaving school in 1974, Hackett found work in the Lemon Leopard Club, a jazz bar just outside Soho. Initially hired as a janitor, he frequently asked club owner Emil Varga for opportunities to play. Eventually, Varga let him fill in for house saxophonist Bert Bridge, eventually taking Bridge's place when he left. One evening, in attendance at the club, was Lenny Newton of the latest sound experience, who invited Hackett to join the band and take Reggie Guest's place as saxophonist. Then the band became dissatisfied with Guest's playing. So saith official LSE history. Guest may have also been canned after stealing bassist Jack Lodge's girlfriend, depending on who you ask. Plus, there was some hesitance among fans to the new band member. After the first album featuring Hackett, 1957's Backwards Towards Today, was released, he was quickly embraced by the band's listeners. Hackett continued playing with the LSE up until 1992, when he left to start a solo career. His first solo single, Final Dream, became one of his most famous songs and a signature tune, especially after it was used as the intro music to the hit TV series P.I. Truman. When asked what he thought about P.I. Truman, he said, "I can't comment on it. I haven't seen it. Is it well written? I don't know. I have, however, seen the checks the producers keep sending me, and they're very well written." Despite providing music for film and TV, Hackett was adamant his music wouldn't appear in commercials. "I have some standards. None of my songs will be used to flog cans of teeth rotter or whatever. It undermines the integrity of the song." Controversy has dogged the record Final Dream after LSE frontman Lenny Newton claimed he had written the song's lyrics. Newton later sued Hackett for plagiarism, though Hackett was found not guilty. Previously close friends and creative partners, the trial soured the relationship between the two men. However, Newton's recent appearance at Hackett's 60th birthday party seemed to show the two men were beginning to put the past behind them. Today, the LSE band members put out tributes. Jack Lodge said, "Little Stubby, my kid brother, to say I'm sad to hear you're gone would be an understatement. We'll have less chance of finding someone who can fill your shoes as we can someone who can fill your tiny, tiny suits." Al Maxwell said, "There was never a dull moment with Stubby. What I remember most was that he was one of the most talented musicians about, but also the clumsiest. He was never good at taking care of his gear. I'll never forget playing at the Toronto Jazz Festival, searching Toronto for a music shop with Stubby 1 hour before we're due on because he'd broken his last reed again. It definitely won't be as fun without him about." Meanwhile, Lenny Newton simply said, "Goodbye, Stubbs. Don't know what else to say except I'll miss you." Throughout his career, Hackett's popularity has remained. The fact that Hackett refused to stop releasing his albums on vinyl, even throughout the 90s and double O's, when cassettes and CDs seemed to threaten vinyl's survival, has made him a boon in an age where vinyl is all the rage again. Hackett married 4 times. His first marriage to Lucy Tate in 1978 lasted only 9 months. "We were feeling impulsive. It soon became clear it wasn't going to work," he later said. His second marriage to Kim Hendry lasted from 1981 to 1992, during which time the pair had 2 sons. Hendry left him, however, claiming he was neglectful to her and their sons. His third marriage to Lara Morrill began in 1994, and they had 2 daughters before the marriage ended 4 years ago. So one of the sons, Josh, is from a previous marriage, and then the daughters are from the ex-wife. Rumors had been circulating that he had been romantically involved with singer Sue Denim, and indeed the two married in 2017. Rumors forever circled Hackett of intermarriage affairs. In the early 2000s, tabloids published allegations from Dana Quint, a former personal assistant, that he was the father of her only child, claims that Hackett strenuously denied. Interesting. When asked in an interview what he felt his biggest accomplishment was, he said, "Learning how to play the instrument as a teenager in the first place. Everything else is an offshoot from that." Okay, and then we've got 2 little quotes here. That says, "Fellow musicians paid tribute to Stubby on social media. Pete Flanagan says, 'Just heard the news of Stubby Hackett. Can't believe it. One of the all-time greats. He shall be missed. R.I.P. Stubby.' Daisy Zouch says, 'Playing Final Dream tonight. What a tune. What a gent. Love to his family.'" All right. He could have been having an affair with someone. Maybe his new wife killed him because of that. Let's check in with the chat here. All right. We've got 3 more statements to read. We know a couple people, we can track a couple people's alibis, timeline at least. We're not 100% sure what, if you assume that whoever did it had to be in town for the weekend, then it seems like we could get rid of Lenny Newton, the writer who claims he stole it, because I think he was out of town in France, although we can't say definitively he was out of town the whole time. The son is the one that we have a strong alibi, because he did like a 3-day reading. Still not sure, though. Okay, let's listen to... Here is the son's statement. Let's see what he says. I got the phone call from Roland about a month before that he wanted to spend his 60th birthday with all his kids. I've never been particularly fond of the guy. Yes, biologically, he's my father, but he never acted the part. But I thought, it's an hour or two, and I'd get a free meal out of it. And considering how much money he has, I'd probably be fairly flashy. It'd probably be really tasty. And it's not as if he's out and out nasty, just a jerk. My brother Isaac was in Toronto and was too busy to fly back to London. Well, something also he didn't like Roland enough to bother spending the money on a plane ticket. So that day I left around 5 o'clock, got to Roland's house around 6. Commuter train up to London Victoria, and then tube the rest of the way. Got to Swiss Cottage Nation at the same time as my half-sister Esther. She's pretty cool. We get on well. We got to Roland's house, rang the bell, and waited at the front door. It's all very cordial. Eve was there, and she's very cute. She shook my hand, and she had one of those shocker buzzer things on. I guess she spends all her pocket money down at the joke shop. I had met Roland's new wife at their wedding, and I took an almost instant dislike to her, but I tried to be better that day. Open-minded and all that. Does she really love Roland? I doubt it. Roland was upstairs getting ready. Sue had to go to tell him that it was time to go. The stairs in that house are so creaky we could hear her walk all the way up from the front door. I think I remember him saying once that he liked it that way, that it gave the house character or something. Gave us all tinnitus is what it did. Looking back on it, I think he liked it because it meant he could tell if anyone was going up to his studio before they got there, so he could preemptively shout, "Go away, I'm busy," down the stairs at them. Rarely would he let anyone else in his private sanctuary. He's even got one of those old school bells that ring whenever the door is opened, so he can hear it from anywhere in the house. So this is, as we said, the bell is when someone goes to his studio upstairs. Okay, as such, he was very insistent that nobody but him was allowed in there. We all got in his car and drove to the restaurant where we were eating. I'm guessing it's a favorite of Roland's because all the staff seemed to know him, like he was their most valued customer. Dinner was very tasty. While it probably wasn't the fanciest restaurant around, the food was delicious, without a doubt. However, something at the dinner table wasn't always the best. Conversation at the dinner table wasn't always the best. Sue always found a way to bring the conversation back to herself. She wasn't interested in Roland at all. I was telling Roland about the convention I was going to, and suddenly he interrupted and changed the subject completely to something entirely different. She changed the subject. She does not want them talking about convention. We don't know why. When Eve played a prank on Esther, Sue to make it all about it. Trust something Sue to make it all about her again. I don't know if Roland's rewritten his will since he married her, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's had him rewrite it so she gets every single penny. Esther was really quiet, and I really don't know why. Probably just enjoying the food or just listening. Or maybe she just couldn't get a word in edgewise with Sue. I think Esther is taking the sleeping pills or something, and Esther's just passing out. Either way, when the evening ended, I said my goodbyes and went my own way. That's when he goes to the convention for the 3-day reading. So he sure seems like he's got a strong alibi. It almost seems like that bell is trying to tell us no one actually went into his room, because they would have heard the bell. All right, I think we need to take a break, come back, read our final statements, and then decide who has got an alibi and couldn't have done it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The chat's been working on theories here. I'll remind us that the only thing we have to do for part 1 is pick 2 people to eliminate. Nicola was asking about the recording. That recording was like moments before he died, basically. And so we know it was the alto sax that the reed was replaced. And I think the picture that's being painted is that we know he's been playing the alto sax at these various locations, and that wasn't the saxophone that was tainted. Sorry, the tenor sax. He's playing the tenor sax at the park when he's busking, and he's playing the tenor sax at this reunion. And it uses a different reed type. So all the people that were with him during those times are not really suspects, like at the reunion. Someone has tainted his alto sax reed. And it seems to be saying that you'd have to get up to his studio where he keeps his instruments to do that. And it's not so easy to get up in there. First of all, no one's allowed up in there. Second of all, you hear them when they're walking up the stairs. And third of all, you hear the bell go off when you enter his private studio. So the question is who would have access to do that? I think that's what we're trying to get at. Like, who would have access to put the replacement reed with his alto sax? The most obvious setup we have for this case, we knew quite early on, was the idea that the little daughter, the 6-year-old Eve, replaced the reed on instructions from her mother, telling her that it was a prank. Doesn't quite tell us how and when she did it, though. Okay, let's finish reading our last witness statement and then decide if we can eliminate 2 people as requested. All right, here's our last 2 statements. Here's Lara, the ex-wife. Remember, we think she might have tricked her daughter to poison the father. Friday afternoon, I picked Eve up from school and drove her round to Roland's house in Primrose Hill. Really, it should have been my weekend, but Roland was having a significant birthday, so we swapped. During my lunch break that day, I had popped into a shop near my office that sells novelty and joke toys, and I bought a couple to give to Eve. Only a few little things. I didn't want to spoil her like Roland does, but she does get a lot of fun out of them. At 3:15, I went to Eve's school to pick her up. Her teacher, Mrs. Wright, made me come in for a little chat about Eve's behavior. He rattled on about how Eve was badly behaved, being disruptive, teasing the other kids, winding them up, etc. I paid him lip service about how I'd take steps to help Eve improve her behavior, but I think he was just making a mountain out of a molehill because there's nothing really wrong with Eve's behavior. I've never seen her misbehave. Sure, she's a little cheeky sometimes. But then, what 6-year-old isn't? Anyway, I said the things I thought he wanted to hear and drove on to Roland's place. When we got to Primrose Hill, just before Eve got out of the car, I surprised her with the things I bought during my lunch break. Her favorite was the palm buzzer. I hoped it would annoy Roland and that skunk new wife of his. May dupe on Faye Caname, whatever her name is. But I didn't stay long there. I never do. The area sickens me. The people there just rub their wealth right in your face. Can't believe I put up with it for so long. During the drive home, the windshield on my car cracked. Thankfully, I was able to get it to a local garage before they closed, but it meant I had to leave it there for the weekend. After that, I went home, watched some TV, and got ready for my date. Is this our cab ride? Remember, we've got the cab ride. During the drive home, the windshield on my car cracked. She leaves it at a local garage. She had to get home some other way. After that, I went home, watched some TV, and got ready for my date. Chris, his name was. This is the text message we've read about. We went out for Thai food. I love Thai food. I never get to eat it when I was married to Roland because it was too much of a risk. 20 years of bland food almost drove me mad, I tell you. The rest of the weekend was pretty standard and uneventful. Sunday I met up with some friends, but that was pretty much it. Monday rolled around as it always inevitably does, and it was back to work again. No call from Eve's school asking where is she, thankfully, but I did get a text from another mom saying Roland had his driver chauffeur Eve to school again. I hate the thought of Eve growing up in that world of luxury. She always seems so wowed by it. Okay. So Eve gets driven to work by the chauffeur in the morning, and the father goes off for his session where he dies. Okay, here's the current wife's statement. Sue Denim, the singer. Let's see, this I'm intrigued to read. Friday was Rose's birthday. 9:30 a.m. we went out over to Monastery Road Studios to record The Final Dream. He was playing sax and I was singing with Lisa and Tony working in the booth. We did several takes and we tried to get as much work done as he could. At 2, we were both worn out, so we called it a day. My part was in the bag and so was all of Rose's tenor sax part, but he wanted to play both tenor and alto sax parts for the recording. So he's going to record his next bit at the following studio session. We went back home and had a late lunch. After that, I caught up with my correspondence while Ro worked on some songs for a bit. He was working upstairs in his studio up in a loft space he converted. Then he got bored and went to play his sax in the park. We know that's the alto sax, the tenor sax got played in the park. Seconds after Ro left, Ro's ex-wife Lara turned up to drop off Eve. She's pretty frosty. If it weren't for the sound of her car, you'd assume Eve just magically materialized there. I was watching from the window. Lara gave Eve something. Then the two of them spent a while talking. When Eve came in, I asked her what they were talking about, to which she said, "Oh, it's a secret." Anyway, I watched her for a bit and I continued with my letters. I had to tell her off for trying to go into Rose's studio at one point. It's very hard to make her sit still. I managed to convince her to go off and draw a picture. As soon as I was done, I took her for a walk to join Ro in the park, where we found him playing by the gates. He said he had broken a reed and needed to buy more because he was down to his last one. We both enjoyed watching him play. I think he's inspiring Eve to follow in his footsteps because she started asking Ro all about how his sax works. She seemed fascinated. After we came home, Ro went upstairs to start getting ready for the gig that evening. Esther and Joshua turned up later, around 6. Joshua's okay, kind of aloof, but pleasant enough. It's Esther, though. She's the one I have a problem with, or rather, she has a problem with me. The girl hates me. She hates my very being. She thinks Ro should still be with her mother. She's angry that Ro remarried after their divorce. She holds it against him. She probably considers it a betrayal or something. Totally irrational thinking, especially to hold it against me as well, but I guess she's still young. Give it a couple years and she'll start thinking rationally. We drove down to Raoul's, Ro's favorite restaurant. Ro had said beforehand he was hoping to use this dinner to reconnect and rebuild bridges with Joshua and Isaac, and I have to say he did a pretty good job of it. Isaac, alas, was in Ontario or someplace, but he sent a card. but he and Joshua seemed to be connecting. Roe was really interested in Joshua's new job. Esther, on the other hand, just sulked for the whole evening. When Eve played a harmless prank, she flew off the handle at her. I had to step in and calm her down before she made Eve cry. Well, Esther tells the story differently, how she was just pretending to be angry, but okay. Here she is continuing. When the meal was finished, Joshua went his own way. Esther took Eve bowling. I didn't really agree with this as it was getting late. However, she did say it was only for one game, and she doesn't get to see her London friends often, so I let the matter go. Roe had his sax on him, and we went straight to the Lemon Leopard Club from Raoul's. I'd say it was around 8 p.m. when we left Raoul's. Later on, when Roe and I arrived back at the house, we were greeted by Esther, who was slurring her words. Yeah, I think that's because she took those sleeping pills. She said they had been back for a while. Hard to believe she only went for one. Roe took Eve off to bed. Esther followed. I emptied the car into the hallway, then went to bed. Emptied the car into the hallway. I'm not sure what that's about. Next morning, Esther went off by herself pretty early, probably embarrassed by the previous night's antics. Roe and I dropped Eve off with Roe's sister, and we drove on to Roe's country house outside Hurley. Monday morning, we made our way back from Hurley. We were in a bit of a rush to get to the recording session. Roe popped into the house to quickly collect his alto sax from his loft studio. Then I drove us to Monastery Road. On the way, Roe was checking his phone and noticed that the doorbell motion sensor had been triggered in the early hours of the morning. When he opened up the notifications, we saw that someone had broken into the house. Originally, we thought they must have been scared off by something because the doorbell footage showed them leaving empty-handed. Given that the saxophones hadn't been taken, we decided to carry on with the recording session and deal with the filing a crime reference number afterwards. Of course, now I'm thinking they weren't there to steal from us. They were up to something more sinister. Okay, well, she gives us a better timeline than anyone else, but still a little hard to work with. She's with him the whole time at the country house. They go for the weekend, then they come back, and he goes and gets his alto sax, which has been left up in the studio. And then they find the footage while they were gone about the person breaking in. Okay, so if we just think about our mission to eliminate people, we can't eliminate the unknown suspect who broke in because they had the opportunity to put a fake reed in with the alto sax. I think we can, of our suspects, we've got 6. Lenny, the unknown suspect on the camera, the son Joshua, the daughter Esther, the ex-wife Lara, the wife Sue. Okay, so let's check in with the chat and let's look at our 6 people. Eve could have snuck into the studio while she was alone at the house with her sister, who was pretty much out of it by then. Yes. Okay, so let's go through our suspects and figure out who we're comfortable giving alibis to. Let's start with Lara, the ex-wife. The reason we are not ruling out Lara is because we think Lara wouldn't have the physical ability to replace the reed. She could have worked with the daughter, with little Eve. So this is our primary suspect. So she's not ruled out as having an alibi. Joshua Hackett, who's AKA, he's acting as this writer. We fully ruled him out. We believe he's got a timeline alibi because basically he went to dinner with them. There's no alto sax at that point on his person. And then he is seen in the text messages at his all-day convention. Where is that? So we believe Josh has an alibi. He's the murder writer is his alter ego. And from April 13th to Friday, right after the dinner, up until the 16th of Friday, which is the morning of the murder, he's reading this readathon and then at the convention. So the brother, Joshua, is the first person that we are ruling out of this murder. All right. Now, next up, Lenny Newton. He's the person who has a motive because our guy may have stolen his lyrics, but we believe he was only with them at the club when our guy, we're told, came right from dinner and only had his tenor sax with him. So actually, he didn't have the alto sax to be messed with. And Lenny Newton, who drives this musical car, was then traveling to France. I'm not sure why it's, I guess the reason it's relevant that he was probably in France. He was at the club all day and then in France. Maybe because anyone who was in town could be this person. Is that it? Any person, like, let's say we didn't track his car. He could have disguised himself and snuck into the house before they got home and done it. So, but the fact that he's out of town seems to suggest that he is eliminated as a suspect. So I believe those are our two eliminated people. And if we look at our other three suspects, remembering that the unknown suspects who broke into the doorbell cam could be one of the others. Okay, Esther, she's the sister. I think she's drugged out on the sleeping pills. But she is at home. She is alone in the house, right? With Eve. So alone in house with Eve. So that's why we can't rule her out, strictly speaking. Right? I think what happened is they came home with Eve after the bowling, and then she took the drugs and passed out. But she does not have an alibi. She was in the house basically alone with Eve, so she could have done it. So she's still in the running. Now, I suppose what we're saying about Sue, the current wife, is that she had access to him and she was with him on the morning when they were at the recording studio. So she could have swapped out the reed at any time. So I think that's why we're leaving her still in. And then the unknown suspect at the door camera, we know that they broke in. We believe they broke in but didn't steal anything. So that person could be our culprit because we don't have any tracking of them when they're in the house. So that leaves 4 possible people, suspects who could be involved, and 2 that we've ruled out. So I believe That's our answer of what two we can rule out. Am I missing anything? Didn't Lenny give something to the daughter? When did Lenny give something to the daughter? I don't remember that. He went to the car. Are you thinking what the security guard said? So I think we know how to answer this, but I would like to understand what the read was in the paper from the mother, not from Lenny, though. Yes, well, that's affirmative evidence for why we think we understand that the daughter did it as a prank. But does anyone else remember what Jonathan was saying about Lenny giving something to the daughter? I don't remember that. I remember the guard saying Lenny went to his car, but nothing else about Lenny giving anything to anyone. We could re-listen to that. Either way, whether he gave something to the daughter or not, that doesn't change our answer about part one, right? Once we have confirmed our answer to the two people that we're eliminating. So, eliminate two suspects. So I think we're ready to eliminate two suspects. And Tina's reminding us, we don't know that there was a read in that paper, but we're pretty sure. Let's not forget that the mother is the mother of a little Eve, but also of the other two kids. So the mother could have given the read to one of her other children to plant, but probably not. They seem they're away at school. All right, let's do our answer and eliminate these two people. So we're going to the website. We're going to Cryptic, oops, not Tick Killers. Music. Okay. Tick the suspects who have a solid alibi, then press submit. Okay, so we are eliminating Joshua and Lenny as having solid alibis. I believe that's right. Okay. Anyone have any objection to that before I submit it? Now's your chance. Those seem pretty solid, unless we're misunderstanding something about the son and Lenny. Was weird how Lenny went out to the car, but still, I don't see. He can't. He didn't. You can't. He can't sneak in a read for the alto sax while our guy Stubbs only has his tenor sax. That doesn't make sense. All right, let's submit this and see if we're right. Objective 1 complete. Well done, team. You've managed to piece together enough information to eliminate Lenny and Joshua from the suspect list. That'll keep the press off our backs for a while. Now we must find the person or people who killed Mr. Roland Hackett. The other team have collected more evidence. While you've been working away, they've popped the evidence into an envelope labeled Part 2. Please open Part 2 now. Okay, so we still may need Part 1 information. Let's keep that nearby. And let's open Part 2. Bank statement, diary, garage, letter, doorbell, and letter. All right, what have we got? First up, we've got the drawing that we were told Little Eve made, and we were told something a little bit suspicious about how Sue grabbed it away from her. It says, Dad and me playing music together. I don't know why. It was a little suspicious when Sue took away the drawing, but I don't see anything about it that I thought maybe the drawing was going to show like Sue in the background with a reed. Doesn't appear to have one though. Oh, maybe she took it away because the drawing was done on this sheet of paper that she didn't want people to see. Pseudonym, 14 March, so a month ago. Dear Sue, this is from Xavier Robert. That's what those stocks were. Dear Sue, firstly, I'd like to thank you for popping in again last week to further discuss the licensing opportunity at hand. It's always a pleasure to meet with you, and I look forward to working with you more closely henceforth. Since our meeting, I've spoken with several of our industry contacts, and I'm pleased to share with you that there is a strong interest in the use of all music under the management of RHSD Music Limited. As previously discussed, the agreement would cover a wide range of advertising campaign types from social media to radio and television. In terms of earnings, we're very confident that a six-figure sum could be reached for each deal that is negotiated, which would be subject to our fees, of course. As for the next steps, we'll need a signed copy from the rights owner of the terms and conditions that we sent to you in our previous communication. When all of the legal paperwork has been completed, we shall begin negotiations with our contacts. If you need any further information, please do not hesitate to contact me. Look forward to hearing from you shortly. Okay, so she's trying to negotiate a deal to use his music, their combined music, in advertisements, which we know he completely refuses to do. And she could be making six-figure sums. So here's her strong motive to kill him off so that she can make these arrangements. And now we know why she didn't want the daughter who drew this picture to keep this picture. She wanted to get rid of it because the daughter drew a picture on this secret notice that she doesn't want anyone seeing. And this is the same company that she has these stock ownerships for. I don't know why. I'm not sure exactly why she needs this. Xavier Robert, director and CPO. Here's Xavier Robert. So she's already got $50,000 worth of shares. Okay. And we should say that even if we think the daughter planted the reed, as a prank, we shouldn't assume that it's the mother that set her up. Sounds like maybe that little girl could have been convinced by Sue to play a practical joke. Let's not forget. All right, what's next here? Internal Memorandum Part 2. Detective Jordan. So it's a couple days have passed. Thank you for acting so swiftly on eliminating 2 of the suspects. This case has certainly brought us this has certainly brought us more time and given the press some answers for now. The team have been busy collecting more evidence to help you solve this case. Please read through the new evidence found in this envelope. You may need to cross-reference some of the evidence with the documents found in the first envelope and in the webmail. We believe some of the evidence interlinks with evidence found in Part 1 and could give us some strong alibis for the remaining suspects. We have collected all the evidence we can, and now we need to use what we have to charge the culprit or culprits with the murder of Roland Hackett. Follow the instructions on the front of the envelope marked Part 2. So our next step is to decide who did it. All right. So here's a banking statement. It looks like it's a statement from over the weekend of the murder. What have we got? We don't know whose banking statement this is, but the fact that they went bowling suggests that it's Esther's. So let's see what we've got. So the earliest entry is down at the bottom again. So that's weird. Aqua Rocks Books. 10 pounds. Then the bowling alley, starting on Friday evening. Quite a bit of money spent at the bowling alley. So they take a tube to the bowling alley and then a tube back. Then they buy something at M&H Greenwich. Is this our sleeping pill? That's going to be our sleeping pills. Let me find that prescription sleeping pills. Was it online? Let me see. No. Pill packet. Grossman Pharmacy. Oh, okay. Somehow I thought it was Greenwich. Okay, Greenwich is out of town. So M&H Greenwich. Video games. I guess this is showing us. I see. Okay, so here she is. She's going to Aqua Rocks Books. I don't know why that is, but here it is Friday night after the dinner. She goes to the bowling alley. She comes home. In the morning, she leaves back for Greenwich. So here she is in Greenwich, getting coffee, playing video games, going to the bar. So it seems like this is Esther, and it shows us that on the morning she went back home. So before he got poisoned in the morning, she's back home. I don't know why she's got gone to Aqua Rocks Books. Maybe you guys have some theory Let's see. Maybe she stole Sue's card? How did she get Sue's card, though? All right, so here's 2 diary entries. 6th of April, so 10 days before our murder. If Hackett isn't man enough to do the decent thing of acknowledging Tom as his son, maybe I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Oh, that's what it is. The break-in person is the woman who claims that has an illegitimate child with her. He'll be at the Lemon Leopard in a week's time. It's a tiny little venue, so his DNA will be easy to come by. Luckily for me and Tom, Hackett plays an instrument that involves getting your spit on it. And here it is on the Friday of his birthday. Saw Stubby play at the Lemon Leopard. Unfortunately, getting into his dressing room was harder than I anticipated. There was a guard there the entire time. Maybe I should have bribed him or something. I followed Hackett's car home, however, and she got his address. So that's who has showed up in the door cam. It's not someone who wants to kill him. It's someone who wants to prove that he's the father of her illegitimate son. So that's not our murderer. It's not just a crazy stalker. It's the woman he had an affair with who wants to prove that he's the father. Oh, here it continues. Got the stuff I need for tomorrow. Thankfully, some skills you never lose, though with what I've got, it'll be a little easier than mucking about with a paperclip like I did as a kid. This is how she got in. Success. Got the DNA sample I wanted. A bit hairy, but I doubt they'll be able to prove it was me. Proving Stubby's paternity should be a breeze now, and as soon as I can prove that to him, I'm sure he'll have a change of heart. My hope is he'll become the father figure that Tom needs in his life. Hackett isn't the perfect man, but Tom deserves a dad, and I'll do anything for my little boy. Okay, so she stole something. She did steal something. She very well could have stolen a reed, but she didn't plant a poison reed. So that eliminates our unknown suspect. No motive. Okay, here's the garage. Remember that the mother, the ex-wife, claims her windshield got busted. I think that's what she's showing here. There's her registration. On Friday she came, and then she had to go home by herself, I guess. It's invoiced on the 17th, so arrival date. Yeah, so I think what this means is that they had her car the whole weekend. So presumably she didn't have access to her car. Maybe that means she's locked into her house, but we don't think she was physically out there anyway, so that's not really that relevant to us. Okay, here's a letter to Diane. What's this about? It's from the house. Oh, it's from Sue. Sue's writing a letter here. Okay, let's see. Dear Diane, today is a day for joy. It's Rose's birthday. He turns the big 60 today. We're headed out to one of his favorite restaurants to celebrate. Rose reached out to his children to join him, all except for Isaac, who lives in Canada now. He's managed to bag the lot. I thought Ro might go for something fancy, but he chose the tapas restaurant we've been to several times now. I guess he knows what he likes, and he likes what he knows. On the whole, life's been pretty quiet here in London, that is, apart from when Eve is around. She's a real troublemaker. It's her mother, you know. She knows Eve's pranks wind us up, so she encourages her to do it. I mean, yes, they're mostly harmless jokes, but she's poisoning that girl's mind, all because she's bitter and she wants to get to us, get back at Ro for what she says he did. Of course, Ro's not one for discipline. He probably sees a little bit of himself at that age in her. Scratch that, he sees a lot of himself. Can't help but feel if I had been in the same class as Ro as a kid, I probably would have hated his guts. He'd have probably been one of the kids who used to call me Smelly Nelly. Let me just check in with the chat here. Other side of diary paper. Yeah, there were 4 sides. I read both of them. The diary started out 10 days before the murder, her talking about how she wants to get the DNA. Then on the night of their dinner, then afterwards, her plan to break in, and then her successful breaking in. All right. So she's complaining about Eve. And she says he would have been one of the persons to torment me if I knew him when I was young. These young ones growing up just make us realize how old we're getting. We should probably rewrite the rest of our wills before we keel over. Roe would turn in his grave if his house and the rest of his estate ended up going to his ex-wife because some old paperwork was never changed. At least she can get her hands on our music. She can't get her hands on our musical content. Roe's new album is coming together nicely. Today, we were working on a new version of Final Dream with me singing. I think it's going to sound great. I'm looking forward to hearing the final mix. Not sure when he's expecting the whole album to be complete, but I'm sure it'll probably happen in the next couple months. After all, it has to be ready for Christmas. Thank you for the kind words in your last letter. Latest update is that my insomnia is now much better, thanks to a prescription of sleeping pills the doctor gave me. They're quite potent, actually. I'm sleeping like the dead. Hopefully I'll be able to sleep that well once the course has finished. Or maybe I'll just have to twist Roe's arm and make him fix the floors. He certainly has the money to get a guy in to completely re-floor the entire house, so I don't know why he doesn't do it. Hope everything is okay down your end. Warm regards, Sue. P.S. Rook to A4, check. Okay, so she's playing with her. She's talking to a dear friend, Diane. I think what we're reading here is our loss of motive for Sue. So we know Sue was trying to set up a deal to sell advertising rights. So we thought, okay, there's a good motive for her. But now look at this. Friday, right before the murder, right? This is the Friday. The murder happens on Monday. On Friday, she's telling her friend that they haven't yet changed his will. That the will is still going to give everything probably to the ex-wife. So this gives the ex-wife a strong motive and gets rid of Sue's motive, really. A little bit, at least. I mean, she is saying that, well, at least I've got my hands on the music royalties. So if she killed him, she'd still get the music royalties. But this doesn't sound like... It sounds like she would probably want to wait till the will gets rewritten before she kills him, don't you think? This gives a good motive to the ex-wife, but it makes Sue's motive less compelling, because you'd think Sue would want to have the will change first. Also, she's confiding to her best friend that, things are going well. Oh, look what she says. This letter was found in the paper output tray of Sue's printer. Presumably, she hadn't had a chance to send it yet. Okay, nice little detail, but to me, this sounds like Sue doesn't have a great motive anymore. Jonathan agrees. Okay, doorbell analysis. We don't really need this. We think we know who was ringing that doorbell. But let's see what else we've got. So at 9 a.m. on the Friday, before the dinner, Roland Hackett comes with sax cases and pseudonym leave the residence. So they leave in the morning. I think this is when they go to their first... Yeah, they're going to their first rehearsal. They come back at 2 p.m. with both sax cases. They both come back to the house. At 3 p.m., he goes out with a single saxophone case. We know what that is. That's him going with his tenor case to busk at the park. Half hour later, Eve arrives, being dropped off by her mother. 2 minutes later, Eve is sitting on the porch step drawing. That's the drawing we saw. At the same time, motion triggered 30-second intervals 42 times. Each time Eve was seen sitting at the porch drawing. Okay, so this is Eve drawing on that sheet of paper. 4:15 p.m., Sue arrives, leaves the residence with Eve. 5:10, Roland Hackett comes. So they go to visit. They go to meet up with Roland. So here we are, 5:10 p.m., 50 minutes later, they're all coming back home. At almost 6 p.m., there's a ring, and it's Esther Hackett and Joshua, the brother and sister, arriving. Esther disappears for 10 minutes and reappears without her brown bag. Joshua has a duck egg colored suitcase and a black off-white rucksack. They arrive, they come in. Well, I don't know what it's saying here. She dropped off her bag inside the house. Okay, then they all leave for dinner at 6 p.m. And now at 11 p.m., Eve and Esther come back from the bowling alley. Esther appears to be intoxicated. I think, well, we could see what she bought. She did buy some stuff, a bunch of stuff, probably drinks, in addition to the bowling. They only played one game. So maybe what we've got here is some drinks. Or maybe she was taking the sleeping medicine. Well, let's see what happens. She comes back, she's intoxicated, and she passes out. They come home. Oh, in fact, wait a second here. That's weird. She comes home, and she's only there for 30 seconds before they come home right after her. So she really doesn't have time to do anything. Then Sue leaves. They both come home. Sue leaves. Now Sue comes back with a case. What does that mean? They arrive home. He forgot his case in the car, so she went and got the case from the car and brought it in. Still, that's the tenor sax that he played at the reunion. So I don't think that's just a red herring. Then in the morning, Esther leaves. 40 minutes later, Eve, Roland, and Sue leave. One to go to school, and the other two to go to the studio to rehearse. Delivery driver arrives. No parcel left. Unknown suspect gains access to the house. Oh, I see. This is Saturday. This isn't the Monday of the studio recording yet. So I don't know where the three of them go to their country house. That's what they do. Roland, Eve, and Sue go to the country house. Delivery driver arrives, but doesn't leave a package. That's weird. Unknown suspect at 3 a.m. Then on the 16th, he comes back, and then he leaves a little bit later with his saxophone, where he goes and dies. So if you think about our suspects now, I think we can now eliminate Esther. right? Because Esther is only in the house alone with Eve for 30 seconds. At which point she's drunk or on sleeping pill drugs, is passed out, and then sort of wakes up in the morning, falls asleep in the hallway, wakes up in the morning, and leaves right away. So I don't think she had opportunity. So I think Esther has no opportunity. And then when it comes to our last two suspects, we believe it was little Eve that did the switch, and all evidence suggests the ex-wife, right? Anna has an interesting theory. Anna says, could it be a crafted letter convincing the police she doesn't have a strong motive, they should suspect the ex-wife? Ginny says, I wonder that too. Real wealth could be in the royalties. Anna says, I think Sue was imitating the ex-wife on the paper around the reed and convinced Eve it was from her mother. She has no problem incriminating Eve because she thinks her a nasty child. Anna says that makes more sense than the real mother using her child to kill her own father. Both Esther and Eve said they heard a noise at 2 a.m. Am I remembering correctly? You are remembering correctly about a 2 a.m. noise. Anna says Sue had that strong sleeping pill, could have drugged Esther. I think you've got some good points, but boy, that's tricky. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk this out. I believe we're all in agreement that I was going to say, are we all in agreement that little Eve did the actual swap? Of the reed. And then the question is, who prepared it? So one theory is that the mother gave her lots of practical jokes to give. And then the other theory would be that Sue has tricked Eve to play a practical joke on the father and has killed him. So deciding between the two of those is tricky. I think psychologically, I think I'm with the problem I have is with Jonathan, is with what Jonathan said. So let's think about this for a second. If you're Laura, if you're the ex-wife, you are doing something very dangerous, right? You're tricking your daughter to kill her father. And isn't she going to confess to the police and get you arrested? Like, the daughter's going to eventually come clean to the police and say, yeah, my mother gave me this reed, told me to give it to my father, and then that will get her caught. Whereas Anna's theory is a way around it. The idea that Sue is going to trick the daughter into thinking her mother wanted to play a prank. But then doesn't Sue run the same risk? Doesn't the daughter, when she gets to police custody, say, Sue gave me this? Unless there was a note, unless the note on the secret note, unless this was torn off, and the instructions were there, and then what Anna said was right, what if Sue oh, look at this. Gotcha. I got it again. Look at this. What do you see? This is the second case that has been broken by a piece of forensic evidence. What do you see there? What do you see on that piece of paper? These Cryptic Killers did this twice. That's right. That's right. That's right. The printer has a little flaw on the side. There is the paper in Sue's printer. And there's the paper with the secret message that is surely going to be, that was to Eve, that wrapped and held the reed. And what do we see? It was printed on Sue's printer. So now we have our explanation, though, and it really was Anna who came up with this theory. But my explanation for it was what convinced me to look for this, which made sense. If the ex-wife told the daughter, sneak this read in as a practical joke, that explains why Eve would do it, but it would also get her caught when the police interrogate her and she says, my mom told me to play a practical joke, then they'd arrest the ex-wife. So then we were saying, okay, what if Sue gave her this read and told her, do a practical joke on your father? Well, then we've got the same kind of problem. When Eve goes and confesses, she's going to point to Sue. But now we think we know what's happened here. Sue has created this practical joke. And she hasn't given it to Eve and said, play this practical joke. She's written instructions. And she's left it for Eve to find. And the instructions pretend to come from the mother. So Sue has created this joke that's going to end up killing Roland. She's given it, well, we should say, yeah, she's left it for Eve to find. And maybe the instructions say tear off this part and destroy it, or maybe the instructions say tear off this part and leave it somewhere, or leave this note somewhere. But Sue has managed to get that note back, tear off the instructions, leave it as evidence to implicate the mother. And now she's got the perfect crime because the daughter has done it. The mother, is ex-wife, is implicated, and she's in the clear. Ginny's right. Terrible plan, but everyone said they didn't like Sue, so she seems like a nasty person. And she is going behind his back for the advertising stuff. Who was walking around the house at 2 a.m.? It's a good question. John says, it seems like a side issue. I'm curious who drugged Esther. Is her being drugged a red herring? Is she just drunk? I don't know the answer to that. If she is drugged, was it Sue or Eve following instructions? Yeah, it seems like the game wants us to think that she's taken these sleeping pills. I'm just not sure how that plays a role in anything. I don't understand it. And Tina says, why not wait for him to change the will? Well, I'll tell you, I have got some theories about that. So when we read that he hasn't changed the will, we were thinking, well, that reduces her motive. But maybe the way to think about it is this. She was not going to get the money in the will anyway. It was all going to go to his children. So maybe the changing the will doesn't help her. It's going to go to the children. And she's going to get millions from the advertising money once he dies. Not only that, but there's another illegitimate kid that's going to get his money. So maybe the will is not important. She's got the one thing of value he has, the licensing rights to his music. Everything else, maybe not so much. Notice when she talks about the will, she says they should rewrite the will because he'd turn in his grave if the house and the rest of his estate, well, I guess estate would be his ownership, but maybe it's not that much money. Maybe the licensing, at least she can't get her hands on our musical content. Maybe that's the real valuable stuff. As for who was walking around the house at 2 a.m., this may be one of these things where if we had the energy, it might not be a bad idea to reread the statements. In fact, let's take a look at some of these statements. I was trying to look at, because the other thing I was thinking that might be a good alibi for Lara, the ex-wife, is if she didn't have much notice about this birthday party, switching of the weekends, because then that wouldn't give her enough time to work to poison the reed. Come visit you. Are you still Eve sharing your weekends? Eve's doing fine. There was cotton pieces on the mouthpiece. Not sure why that doesn't. We don't know anything about that. Okay, let's read the kid's statement again. Mom picked me up after school. She had to speak to the guy. It was a mom weekend, but since it was Dad's birthday, we swapped around. Sue was in the kitchen when I got there, using her laptop. I found some paper, went outside, drew a picture. Sue took me for a walk in the park. Sue found Dad playing his saxophone. Taught me lots of tricks. And I showed him the drawing I did earlier. He really liked it, but Sue took it off him really quickly. That's because she noticed the drawing. She's learning the recorder. We went for a walk. It was very sunny. We walked past an ice cream. Dad bought us all ice creams. Then we went home. I watched TV until Josh and Esther came. We all got in the car, went to the restaurant. Talk at the table was boring. I didn't listen too much. She did the salt and pepper. Dessert was tiramisu. It would keep me up all night. Sue was worried it'd keep me up all night, but Dad said I could have it. Josh left. Esther took me bowling. When we got back home, she fell asleep in the hallway. When Dad and Sue got home, Sue was very cross with Esther. Dad took me upstairs to bed, but I was woken up during the night by someone walking about. It was 2 o'clock. The next day, Dad and Sue helped me get ready with my things. Are we... hold on, a little bit of a... This is such an interesting example of sort of perseverance on an idea that's unnecessary. I'm not sure if there's a term for this. But just to clarify, before I go in explaining my point, did we find the paper with the drawing on it? Yes, we did. Yes, that was it. Could it have been on the murder? No, the drawing was on the back of the drawing wasn't on the back of the will. The drawing was on the back of the paper where Sue was talking about owning 6-figure rights for advertising. So that's why she ripped it out of Eve's hands after Eve showed it to her father. She didn't want him noticing this. Okay, but now, I just realized something. Think about this. Our initial theory was that, there we go. I was just going to, Anna has just figured out what I was going to say, which is this. Our original theory was that the mother gave the poisoned reed to her daughter, tricked her, told her to play it as a practical joke, plant at the father's office, and that's how she would kill her. Then we came to the conclusion that, Sue is really the killer. It wasn't the mother, but Sue has figured out this scheme to get Eve implicated as putting the reed. And so Sue wrote a note saying, bring this upstairs, plant it in your father's stuff. But the reality is, Sue didn't have to give the poison reed to Eve. The only reason we need to do that convoluted thing was because Lara, if the mother was doing it, the ex-wife, then she has to actually give it to Eve. But if it's Sue just trying to frame the mother and frame the Eve, then she doesn't actually have to involve Eve at all. She can plant the reed at her convenience, and she's just created fake evidence. She's created the fake letter from the mother. She's pretended it got wrapped up and left as instructions for Eve, but really, Sue can do it all herself, which is much less convoluted. And Sue seems to have access to the stuff quite easily. So maybe the 2 a.m. that we hear is Sue going up to the studio to plant the reed in the alto sax. And this helps explain the problem we had with Eve planting it, because Eve and Esther get home like 30 seconds before the rest of the family get home, and Esther's passed out in the hallway. But Eve didn't really have time to do it. So, and maybe it was Eve who put the sleeping pills in Esther's drink as a joke. Who knows? But I think what we've got here now is that Sue did it, and Sue had all the opportunities in the world. Jonathan says, was the bell heard at 2 a.m.? No, the bell wasn't heard at 2 a.m. Someone was walking around at 2, but I think it may have been... it may have just been Sue. I don't know why a bell didn't ring. Could have been anyone. Could have been a total red herring, the 2 a.m. thing. And let's take a look at Sue's last statement. Anna says, that's why Sue was worried Eve won't sleep if she ate the tiramisu. Yeah, I think that makes sense. They did several takes. I'm just reading Sue's statement here. We were both worn out. We called it a day. My part was in the bag. So was Olive Rowe's tenor sax part, but he wanted to play both tenor and alto for the recording, so he was going to record his next bit the following studio session. So Sue knows exactly when he's going to be using his alto sax next. They go home. She did some writing. He worked on songs. He was working upstairs in his studio. But then he got bored and went to play his sax in the park. So he's out of the house. And we know during this time that little Eve is seen on camera for an hour working on her drawing. So Sue's got the whole house to herself at this point. Seconds after Rowe left, his ex-wife Lara turned up to drop off Eve. She's pretty frosty. So this, I think, when Eve was drawing her drawing, that's when Sue was up planting the reed, I think. And now here is Sue setting up Eve. She's telling the cops, I asked her what they were talking about, and she said it's a secret. Right? So Sue is laying the blame, is setting up the daughter at this point, so that when the cops discover that note, it's a secret, they'll think it's the ex-wife giving information to Eve. I watched her for a bit while I continued with my letters. I had to tell her off for trying to go into Rose's studio at one point. Here she is setting up Eve. She's trying to make Eve look guilty. I managed to convince her to go off and draw a picture as soon as I was done. So she draws a picture for a half hour, which is what the security camera shows. During that half hour, Sue has gone up, planted the reed. Then they meet him in the park. He doesn't play his sax again all weekend, his alto, until the recording. So that timeline works for when the reed was planted. Esther went bowling. I didn't agree with that as it was getting late. She did say it was only for one game. I emptied the car into the hallway, then went to bed. It would make more sense if the bell did ring at 2 a.m. because it seems like Sue would have drugged her husband. Esther with sleeping pills, so they would not have heard the bell, but did not risk overdrugging the kid. I think you can hold the bell so it doesn't jingle when you open the door. And yes, Sue is implicating Eve and her mother in her interview as well. Yeah. All right. So the bell we don't quite understand, but it doesn't seem important. John says, did we ever figure out what's going on with the bookstore card? We really didn't. So let's just see. We've got the card, which is signed with Sue's. It's Sue's card. It's Sue's card, and yet, let's see this. You'll find an Aqua Rocks loyalty card. We spoke with the store manager. It was found at the Henley branch on 4/15. The account was opened in 2009. Unsure if it's of any relevance to the case. So what's important about 4/15 is it's in the middle of the weekend in Henley. And Henley is up near his house. Why is that important for us? That is weird. Where was our... So the other piece of that card mystery is that Esther is seen buying something at Aqua Rocks Books on the 13th of April. So what does that mean? What does that mean? So we've got a card that's Sue's card with Sue's old name. And yet it's being used by Esther on the 13th. And then found on the 15th. I think Jonathan might be on to something. I think maybe it's just suggesting that Esther steals from Sue. And it was meant to make us think that Sue might have been in town on the 15th. Like when you see this email, you might say, oh, this is evidence that Sue was in town when she was supposed to be at the country house, because the Henley branch is near the house. So maybe at first we're being led to believe from this email that Sue was in town when she shouldn't have been. But then when you see this, and it's Esther's account, maybe you're being made to conclude that Esther is doing something nefarious, but I think maybe we're just learning that Esther, the 19-year-old, is stealing stuff from Sue, which would be further evidence that she went and stole the sleeping pills. But totally irrelevant to our case. Anna says, wasn't this bookstore purchased before Esther went to the dinner? Yes, it absolutely was. It's before they've even arrived. What has she bought there? Anything? Coffee? What's our timeline? So just checking with timeline again. Okay, let's see. Esther and Joshua arrive at 6 p.m. So here she is. Before she meets up with her brother, she's buying a book at Aqua Rocks Books. And I think she's just using this card that she stole from Sue. I don't think it's relevant to anything. It's a little weird. Does the brother say when he met up with his sister? Does he mention? What does Joshua say? Left around 5 o'clock, got to his house about 6, commuter train. got this there same time as Esther. So he meets Esther at the house. Esther's already gone to the bookstore. Esther doesn't mention anything about it, huh? I took the train up from Exeter to Paddington and then the tube to Swiss Cottage. I got there around the same time as Joshua. I've been eating like a student for months. We got to the house at 6. None of us have keys. We were greeted by Sue. I haven't known her for that long. We're not really close. She's fine enough. She does have a slight air of a diehard fan that got lucky. She's harmless. Salt, a fun trick. All right. I think it's just Esther being a teenager stole this card. I don't think it's relevant. It's just to throw us off the track. Or it's a total coincidence, right? Nothing tells us this was used. We just know that Esther bought something at the bookstore on Friday before she went to her father's house, and that this was found 2 days later. So we assume that that was from that, but we're not really sure. Doesn't really matter. So we don't understand how the pills quite play into it. And we don't quite understand how this plays into it, but our theory survives no matter what. All right, this is what we'll do. We'll take our 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll solve the case and we'll talk about it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Give some thought. If you have any doubts about what happened, now is the time. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are about to submit our answer to Cryptic Killers Murder of a Musician. It's been a bit of a roller coaster here, but I believe we've got some very compelling, we've got a great theory and some very compelling evidence that suggests we're right. we have a couple of pieces of evidence that are a little unclear to us. The card, the loyalty card, and the sleeping pills. We don't fully understand what's going on, but it seems the evidence of our crime is so locked in, and the best piece being that the printer paper used to print out this printer paper that was found in Sue's printer for a not yet sent letter has this little defect on the printer paper. And we noticed that the note found very early on, which we thought was originally from the mother, seems to have this exact pattern. It's not just that it's also stained, it's the exact pattern. Here, look at that. At the top two marks here and here are those two marks there and there. It's too bad I can't zoom it in properly for you to see. That one is that one there. These two. And then this one is this one here. So we found Sue writing this note, making it look like it's the ex-wife. So it's pretty locked in. But I am curious to see. Is everyone's theory that this was left accidentally in the printer? Like originally we thought maybe Sue has left this to make herself look innocent because she's talking about maybe we should change the will, but probably not. I mean, it's clear she wouldn't notice this, so that's not a big deal, but probably she didn't mean to leave this to the printer. Maybe this is our little hint that she's like a little bit of a mastermind. All right, let's go and put our answers in here. All right, part 2 says, I suppose we should make it official. All right, here's our vote. Vote for who you think did it. We're going to put our answer in here. While I type this in, you guys can vote. This will give anyone who's watching, staying in the background, can give your vote. Where's my little... I did make something for fun. Let me see if I can bring it up. Let's see what happens. This doesn't seem... I made a little thing that's keeping track of stats, but that must have been it must be just for this session. I thought it was going to be all-time stats. This will show us who's spoken the last time they spoke to see if... I wonder if I should be sorting on when they were last seen. Anyway, let's go back here. Okay, everyone is voting Sue, it seems. All right. Let us type in the answer then. And, oops. All right, who killed him? Lenny, Joshua, the person breaking in, Esther, Sue, Lara, or Eve. Okay, so we're guessing Sue. We can take off this vote. All right, here we go. Submit. Stubby Hackett's murderer found. We reported a while ago of Stubby Hackett's unexpected death during a recording session for his latest album. Today we can report that police have arrested Hackett's wife, Sue Denim, on a charge of murder. A police spokesperson said that after intense questioning, backed with undeniable evidence put forward by an excellent team of detectives, Miss Denim confessed to poisoning Mr. Hackett's saxophone reed with unrefined peanut oil, which had triggered a severe allergic reaction when he came to play it. In many cases where famous people are tragically murdered, anyone and everyone could be a potential suspect, including troubled fans that aspire to seek the glory of exterminating the household names they're most jealous of. However, due to the premeditated nature of his death, police had suspected that Hackett's murderer was someone much closer to him. As such, all of the main suspects were family members, ex-partners, and former band members. The case was a complicated one in which Mrs. Denim attempted to frame Mr. Hackett's former wife, Lara Morell, and their 6-year-old daughter, Eve, planting the poison reed moments before Eve's scheduled arrival from school. Lies unraveled by doorbell footage. Sue had used a family gathering as the opportune moment to plant the oil-soaked reed in Mr. Hackett's saxophone case. When first brought in for questioning, she had hoped that the unfinished re-recording of Hackett's Final Dream, featuring Sue as lead singer, would furnish her with the perfect cover story. But her lies were unraveled by the doorbell footage taken from their home near Regent's Park, London. Is there something we missed about that? Unlike many murder cases where weapons such as guns and knives place the murderer at the scene of the crime as it unfolds, detectives were tasked with finding a window of opportunity where the reed could have been poisoned in the lead up to Mr. Hackett's demise. A break-in at their London home while Sue and Roland were staying in their country home in Hurley had sent police on a wild goose chase for the unknown suspect. Fortunately, the line of police questioning, in combination with the strong circumstantial evidence put forward, led the police to believe that a former PA of Mr. Hackett, Dana Quint, was the person seen breaking in. Miss Quint had originally been arrested on a charge of breaking and entering and on suspicion of murder. However, police could not find any evidence that she had stolen anything aside from a sample of Stubby's DNA in the form of his spit, taken from the inside of his tenor saxophone mouthpiece. That was the cotton swab. Furthermore, the evidence suggested that Dana was not in the property for long enough to have planted the poison reed, since she was not familiar with the layout of the property, and she could not have feasibly reached the studio loft space in the amount of time between entering and leaving the property. I see. Older sister of Eve, Esther Hackett, who was also on the suspect list, had very little evidence to prove her innocence. Fortunately, the timeline of events came to her rescue, proving that she, too, never had a window of opportunity to have planted the reed without being caught by Stubby, due to an old shop bell that he had installed on his studio door, alerting him of anyone entering the room uninvited. Esther commented, "I've always been suspicious of Sue. Now we know for sure that she's a manipulative, self-centered, vile human being. It's clear she was only ever in it for the money and had little regard for anyone in my family. We will do everything we can to ensure that Dad's estate is handed onto its rightful owners, including the ownership of the music that Sue had convinced Dad to sign over to her prematurely." Stubby's son, Joshua Hackett, was speaking at an authors' convention in Scotland while the grievous events unfolded. Joshua, who writes under the pen name of Chris T. Hendry, refused to make an official comment, although when questioned if he would consider writing a book about his father's life, he said, "As it happens, I already had something lined up, but now that he's gone, I can't bring myself to publish the words that are written." Former band members Jack, Al, and Lenny of LSD have passed on their condolences to Stubby's family. Detailed summary of the clues of each suspect. Did you find them all? And there's the author of the game. We've seen him, or the producer, we've seen him before on the other Cryptic Killers games. Let me take this moment to remind you. He's saying, I'd appreciate your support in leaving a quick review. We rely heavily on them. Fewer than 1% of players leave a review. If every player did, we'd be able to devote our time to creating more games. Okay, so let me make my pitch that I've done before we start talking about this case. If you play this game along with me on the channel instead of buying a copy, because we've played my copy, which I bought myself. I don't get these copies free. I'm happy to do it. And you enjoy the game, and you might even feel a little guilty that you're in playing the game and you haven't paid for it at all. Let me suggest you can do something even better than buying the game, which is leave a review for them on Amazon or whatever. That's I think where they'll send you if you click here. It's very hard for these companies to get word of mouth out. There's so many of these games. Some are bad, some are good. You can imagine how much it means to them to get a positive review. And we want to encourage these companies to use real reviews and not purchase fake reviews. So if you're watching this after, or you play it with me, whatever, take some time, go to their website, leave an honest review of the game, let people know if you thought it was worth them purchasing. All right, now let's go back. Question was from the audience, let's look at the clues to see if it clears up the pills, the book. I agree. Let's see. So maybe Esther is where we're going to find out about the pills. Esther does stay at the house of the weekend where both saxophones were stored, so one might think she could have had plenty of opportunities to want to read, so we need to retrace her footsteps. Her first arrival at the house is with Josh. She doesn't go anywhere near the studio, aside from dropping her bag in the hallway. They head out for a meal. Esther does return with Eve after bowling. Could this be the window of opportunity? No. According to Eve, Esther had fallen asleep as soon as she got into the house. Sue said that Esther was slurring her words upon their return, and Esther's bank statement shows multiple transactions at the Bowl Bar, which all adds up. Esther was drunk, but that wasn't enough to prove her innocence. The ding-dong doorbell analysis proves that the window of opportunity did not offer enough time for her to poison the rig. Sue and Roe turn up moments after they get back. Yes, we talked about all of this. We talked about the evidence that she bought alcohol there with the purchases. We talked about the fact that they came home 30 seconds later. Other opportunities at night wouldn't have worked out. Old school Bell would have alerted someone. Her bank statement backs up her claims that she was in Greenwich for the rest of the weekend. All right, no mention of pills or the card. Let's see if Sue's card gets discussed here. These are some nice long information. There are plenty of opportunities for her since she lives with him. Motive, it's about the money, full rights to the music. She recently bought shares in an advertising company. When Sue saw that Eve had drawn Stubby a picture on the back of the letter, she quickly took it off. Eve, that's fine. She knew families was dysfunctional. She used the gathering as an opportunity to point the finger at other family members. She couldn't believe her luck when she'd seen that someone had broken into the house while she was away. This was yet another person she could deflect the blame upon. The note saying it's our little secret was smothered in unrefined peanut oil and folded around the reed. It seemed as though the note was made by an adult and given to a child, but it quickly became clear that this note was made by Sue in an attempt to frame Lara and Eve. But how do we know that? The note contained distinct markings caused by the dirty ink rollers on the printer that had been used to print the note. Same markings can be seen in Sue's letter to her friend that was taken from the printer's output tray by forensic. Sue also lies in her statement. The lie provides the only window of opportunity where one person was alone in the house between the time when Stubby last played his alto saxophone and the time when he played it for the final time. Sue says that Lara and Eve turned up a matter of seconds after Roe left for the park. After reviewing the footage, it's clear to us that a much longer time of period elapsed between Roe leaving for the park and Eve turning up. I see. We did not pick up on that. We just figured she could have planted it at any time, which I think is true. but it would have been nice to catch her in the lie. So there's the timeline. Let's see. He leaves. He leaves at 3:28, and they arrive at 3:53. So she did have a half an hour where she was alone. Okay, let's see. She lied in her statement. All right. The icing on the cake was the missing EpiPen. We noticed that the EpiPen was missing, but we didn't return to that question. A fact that Sue had chosen to omit in her own police statement. It was left to your imagination to guess why that might have gone missing. Okay, so she removed it. We noted that when it happened, when it was mentioned, but we didn't follow up on it. I guess that's it. So no mention of there's the email address, no mention of the sleeping pills. We'll talk about that taxi cab route. We actually just dismissed that as not being important, but maybe we should have paid attention to it, but it's not relevant. Nice long discussion of all the possible suspects. Weird. The part about the card and the pills is weird. Although remember, these are just the solutions to all the people. There is a separate hint page. Shall we take a look at that? Ugh, what happened here? Who was up at night? The person breaking in, Esther's whereabouts. Nope, nothing important there. How about part one hints? Let's see. Nope. All right, so the pills and the loyalty card from the bookshop, total red herrings. Is there more information that... I think that wraps it up. All right, so let's talk about our thoughts here for this game. While you guys are coming up with your thoughts, I'll give some initial thoughts for me. I might put this at the bottom of the 3 Cryptic Killers games we've played. In terms of sort of the density and interestingness of the pieces of evidence, this felt a little thinner to me than our previous cases. However, and I would not rank this as hard. This is a 4.5. Our last one was a 4.5. I kind of feel like this one was easier than our other one. However, the bottom line for me about this game is that this game and the last one had the more of all of these games we played. This one feels like this one and this and the other Cryptic Killers. I don't remember about the first Cryptic Killers we played. Maybe that one too. Felt like, let me just go to this for a second. Felt like the most sort of cinematic twist, like a professional mystery movie with a twist. Both of this case and the last case, but this one in particular, had it taking us down one path and then having an exciting, compelling twist at the end. And having like a Perry Mason moment, that moment where we detected in both this one and the last one, where we found the one piece of evidence that sort of locked it in. And it was an aha moment in both games. And this one, it helps that I found those moments because that makes me feel better about them. But for me, that is enough of a moment that it makes it quite a pleasurable game to play. And I think maybe going a little bit further than that, one thing that was really interesting and fun here and very satisfying was that we thought we knew the answer to the case very early on, like the first couple pieces of evidence. We were led to believe one thing, and everything seemed to confirm it. But then near the end, we had this very fun experience of saying, well, there's another way to interpret this evidence, and it could be someone framing someone else. And Anna was the first one who sort of was suggesting that that could be what's going on. And we had a good half-hour discussion there where the tide started turning against it being the ex-wife. And what was really especially nice about that is that we had this theory of the murder and it was all sound. But then we started thinking, but how do you get away with it? Like, you've framed you've had your daughter help you kill the husband, but you can't get away with it. Your daughter's going to get blamed and you're going to get blamed. And that was a very fun moment of initially thinking we understood it and then realizing that's not perfect. I mean, maybe if we had no other choices, we would have still settled on that. But then it made us come around. And I think there was some very clever, there's obviously the person who scoped out the nature of this mystery did a really good job. And then there's some nice thing in these games about motives, like the woman who we arrested for it had some good motives, but then we were sort of thrown off. Was she, because she wasn't in the will? It created doubt. It created doubt. And I think in general, all of these Cryptic Killer games have done a pretty good job of creating little seeds of doubt that make us wonder and rethink. And those are fun moments. And then when you find the one piece of evidence that locks you in, that's very satisfying. Because we found that, we were highly confident at the end. But you could see if you didn't find that printer thing, you could still come to the right conclusion, but you'd be a little more in doubt. Now, the loyalty card from the bookshop, that was weird. I don't know why we needed that. The sleeping pills were a little weird too. Those are a little easier to see as just being red herrings. The book one was a little weird. Let's see what the channel says. Jonathan says, the story might not have been compelling, still well written. I did miss the use of diary to feed more narrative at the beginning of the case that we got last one. Yeah, it wasn't as compelling. We didn't care as much about solving it as we did the other one. I'm not that Karen said, didn't keep my interest much, kept fading in and out, solid 4. Needed more evidence to tie everything up. John says, it was interesting how it set up the framed culprit, but never really made you explain to the game you even understood the false culprit. Yeah, that's interesting. Anna says, I agree with Jesse. The twist was good. I liked the story. It wasn't the hardest case, still enjoyable. Documents were good. A few strange red herrings, but not too much. John says, we could be forced to pick even, open another envelope to find the exonerating evidence, which I think would have been less interesting. It is strange that you sort of, well, if it had asked us at part 1 who actually committed the murder, we would have picked the daughter, just thinking she had been tricked. It was another very fun moment where we had this psychological hiccup, perseveration, where we were like, we had already decided that the ex-wife probably tricked the daughter to murdering her. And when we shifted to it being Sue, we were still stuck on the idea that Sue tricked the daughter. And it was another fun moment when we realized, wait a second, if Sue is framing the ex-wife and the daughter, then she doesn't actually have to do it. She doesn't actually have to trick the daughter, because we were coming up with theories about how she could have tricked the daughter, torn off the bottom of the note, and it was just unnecessarily convoluted. And that's a nice change of pace for these games, where often you play these games and you're like, all right, well, this is this convoluted, cartoonish way the murder happened, but it's a game, so we're going to have to go with it. Here we sort of went in the other direction. Our initial theory was convoluted and cartoonish about having the daughter get tricked into playing the prank. And then what happened at the end was much more straightforward. I mean, it was still a little convoluted with the poison, the peanut stuff, but it was fun that the daughter didn't have to be involved at all. She just had to be framed for it. And it says, I like this case overall. It was refreshing that it didn't take us half the day. John says, one nitpick, it seemed very obvious that the victim had been poisoned by the tainted reed, so it does feel a little odd we never get actual interrogations where the police are really trying to nail down when everyone had last access to the reed. Yeah, there are a little bit of weirdness here about them not having the cops ask the questions that they should. They don't ask the daughter about whether she did anything. It is a little strange. I agree. There are little pieces of it that don't feel super realistic. And I think you could complain about a bunch of stuff. The stuff with the bell, there's certain things in some of these games that they use, and you're like, are we supposed to treat it as a realistic world where you could hold the bell and stop it from ringing? Or are we supposed to assume that because you couldn't enter the room without ringing the bell? And in the end, the game seemed to imply that we should have believed that no one could have gone in there without ringing the bells. So there were things like that, but within the rules of these kinds of games, it felt fair. I do like, it's very rare that we get these games that really have these real aha moments. These real Perry Mason moments where you hold up the printer paper and you match it to the other paper and you say, this proves it definitively. And that's kind of hard to pull off. And these people have done it twice, and it has created fun, exciting moments. All right. If there's not any final comments, we'll sign off here. I'll see you all on Sunday. I enjoyed it. Where would you guys rank it if you were to rank the 3 we've played? We played Murder of a Marine Biologist first. Then we played Murder at Meadowluck Medicines recently. And then we've played this one, Murder of a Musician. How would you guys rank the 3 if you've joined me for all 3? I think I would probably put maybe the last one at the top. I think I'd maybe put Murder at Meadowluck, Murder of a Marine Biologist, and then this one at the bottom, but I like this one quite a bit. So they're all pretty close. I'm not That Karen says Metalluck, then Marine, then Musician. Okay, so that's the same as me. Nicholas says, I like this more than the others because it didn't have an arbitrary cipher thrown in. It was all narrative. And Tina says, is there a chance for a play tomorrow? Jonathan says, I would put this at the bottom, but I don't think it's really that much worse than the other two. I think it would also put Metalluck at the top, Marine in the middle. Okay. There's definitely no chance for a playthrough tomorrow because Greg and I are spending the next 2 days, other than my Sunday playthrough, we're going to have a little gaming marathon. So we're playing all day tomorrow, starting early in the day to late at night. Then I'll be with you guys Sunday afternoon to play The Blinded Birder and Dear Holmes. And then Greg and I are getting back together after that to play some more. I think we might play that Bedlam in Neverwinter mystery escape game, Dungeons and Dragons. We might play a little more Subterra so that we can finally review it. We've played about 10 games of Subterra 2 so far. Quite compelling. We like it quite a lot. All right. Well, if you're watching this after we played it, leave your comments on the YouTube video. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you played it separately. Let us know if you solved it as well, where you got things right, wrong. Consider leaving a review for them on their website. Consider giving this video a thumbs up, subscribing to the channel if you haven't. As always, a real pleasure to play with this group. Lots of fun. Can't even imagine playing this alone. So much more fun with you guys. I'll see you on Sunday or on the next video. Leave a comment on the Game Queue thread in the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. And let me know what games you want to play next. And I'll see you next time.